real time music. South C, South B, 111, 23, West D, can't get me, nah, don't need, nah, money, baby. Ain't no city like my city, oh no, no, no. Nairobi, they can do it like we do it in the 254. Nairobi, my hustler, now my damn super, now I'm got it, boo boo. I love my city, oh yes I do. Na 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 Nairobi.
25 flow, we on a wave, kamix za tema kufu vile na bounce kwa hit track. Ukipenda hala chuchu, jiwe, mayoyo, hey, we got the nunu, I'm in love with my city. Boss, I'm going kuku, hey, hini ya mademu wale ukulenga mtaani. Mkikutana Nairobi, wana wave kwa mbali. Luku ni ya wadhi, utadhani Tamford. Saya kinenge, shika mavanga Sanford. Hey, niko idama pararira kanganya. Big up my hustlers, wanaotamak. My foreigners, wale, makwa wamehama. Machoko shwale jiji, kwa pia ni mama. I'm keeping it real, keeping it local. I'm so raw, original flow though. And Nairobi, ay. It's magic when I'm on the mic, mzee, ay.
Ain't no city like my city, oh no, no, no. Nairobi, they can do it like we do it in the 254. Nairobi, my hustler, now my damn super.
Hey.
Now I'm got it, boo I love my city, oh yes I do.
Na Nairobi.
Madare, kileleshwa, Embakase, Langata, Dagorete, Kibera, Nakayole, Dandora, Nairobi, tukorada, kauna bifa hopni Bama hituni na tuleta pamoja chama, tupate mitatu na zama, ama eo ni kama tumewateko Kampala na Jadaman. Enai tunaweza Robi ai tunatesa hata mayu wako yama. Ain't no city like my city, oh no. Nairobi, they can do it like we do it in the 254. Nairobi, my hustler, now my damn super. Now I'm got it, boo I love my city, oh yes I do. Na Nairobi, my hustler, now my damn super. Now I'm got it, boo I love my city, oh yes I do.
Na Nairobi, tumelogit kibobo. Kadunga mosquito, sio shocking things bobo. Hey, logit kibobo. No shocking things bobo.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Pipi, for that very wonderful music. Welcome everyone on the Mizani 254 space, and everybody. Today we're going to talk about the Nairobi tourism policy. There's a draft policy that has been done by the Nairobi County government, Nairobi County City government, and there will be public participation that will be done by the county government starting tomorrow. We welcome all of you to have a conversation around this draft policy, to have your input and suggestions on what can be done. And after that, then we have an opportunity to probably do a report on this matter. On Mizani 254, we have everybody to feel free to have a conversation. We'll ask the questions. And even if you have a divergent opinion, we are comfortable with that as long as it remains within the confines of respect, civility, and factual. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the host, Eli, to welcome those who are going to make the contributions as we look at this conversation. Thank you very much and welcome. Eli. Eli, can you hear me?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the conversation. My name is Eli Likuyani, and we do want to take this opportunity to welcome you to no other city than Nairobi, the city Yamamanzi Wasupu, Magari Motomoto, and what you have. But then again, it's a city that people pride itself anytime they travel across the continent and head to East Africa. Is it a city worth investing in? Is it a city worth visiting? We'll be finding out as we start the conversation this morning. Remember, you can be part of this by simply requesting the mic once we open it to the plenary. And for now, I must say that we have been looking forward to this conversation. We have made a simple summary of the talk. So if you want to look at it, grab it on the link that is posted on the Jumbotron in a few and be part of the biggest conversation this Sunday morning. We will be having representation from the Nairobi County City, including one and only Anastasia Nyalita, who she will have an opportunity to introduce herself to you guys if you haven't heard about her. And definitely, we expect the likes of Paula Kahumbo to be here to discuss matters tourism, among other conversations that surround this very important ecosystem that formulates part and parcel of our earnings from the international front. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will be doing a bad job if I don't allow my good friend Obets, who is in the tourism sector, to actually lead us through and introduce our very few and many speakers that will be joining in this morning. So, Obeds, I'll cross over back to you and let's hear what we have this morning on Tourism Talks 047. That is the hashtag. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and let's have this conversation.
Thank you again, Izani. Yeah, truly, I'm a travel consultant by trade now, and I have an interest in this conversation. And it is important, I think, that we talk about what the city county would like to do. However, we have the speakers we have today. We have Anastasia Nyadlita, we have Paula Kahumbu, and I think I've seen Rupi Mangat. Rupi, I've sent you the microphone, so feel free to join, accept the microphone, so that we can have this conversation without really overemphasizing the point. I have Anastasia, speak about exactly what is the tourism policy that the county government has decided to do and why they're doing that tourism policy and what informs that, so that I give her enough time, at least 10 minutes or 15, for her to put out the conversation for as much as she can, so that we'll be able to pick it up from there, because we need to understand exactly where we're coming from and why they've decided to do the tourism policy and what informs it. Anastasia, I would not do a good job of introducing you. You have more details about yourself. So I'll be glad that you introduce yourself and be able to continue with the conversation, especially on the introduction part of the tourism policy, the draft tourism policy. Welcome. Anastasia, please unmute and speak if you can hear me. Anastasia, can you hear us?
Maybe, Obed, as we get that sorted out, we'll also give Paula here the opportunity to introduce herself and tell us maybe what she expects out of this conversation. Remember, she's a player in that industry, especially in the conservancy. I don't know if tourism really matters to her. Let's hear from Paula, quick remarks, and then figure out if we can get in touch with Anastasia.
Thank you so much, Mizani Eli Obed. This is just an amazing opportunity for us to have a conversation as people who live in the city of Nairobi and people who love this city. I I'm so excited about this event because Nairobi is such a multicultural and diverse city. There are so many great things about it. It's very vibrant, it's cultural, it has these fantastic green spaces. We're the only city, capital city in the world with a national park. We are an economic hub. We are the gateway for East Africa. 85% of tourists who come to Kenya who come for safaris have to come through Nairobi. We are also an economic hub and an innovation and tech hub. However, that all of us who live here, or many people who visit here, leave with a negative impression. Traffic, oh my God, traffic congestion. It's like it steals hours of your time. Safety and security, it's the number one topic of conversations over every dinner table. Infrastructure challenges. I mean, just starting with potholes in some of our roads. I was lucky to travel to Western Kenya recently, and I was so amazed. I've never seen such beautiful roads. Why don't we have those kind of roads in Nairobi? Pollution. We have a major problem with our management of our waste. Our air pollution is terrible. It actually results in many people getting sick. We have so much dust coming in from the factories around. There's also diesel fumes in the air and all kinds of other challenges. And there's major social inequality in our city. These are the kind of things that I would like to see discussed as part of our goal of creating a vision for Nairobi that we as Kenyans can own, align ourselves to, and run with. We as citizens of this city are the people who create its culture and its identity. So we need a vision that we buy into, not just a vision that somebody made in a back room in some government office. So this is really what I'm expecting here, and I'm so happy to see that we have speakers who can speak on matters to do with culture, fashion, food, hotels, and of course nature, which is my big baby. Nairobi is one of the most, if not the most, biologically diverse city in the world. So it breaks my heart when I see Kenya Power driving around in those big trucks with massive chainsaws, chopping down every tree in sight. Or every time we build a road, we cut down these magnificent trees that were so predominantly part of the iconic landscape of this city. This is actually speaks to our culture, that this is allowed, that this is tolerated, that this is even done by somebody thinks it's okay to run around and cut down, whacking these trees, which are so important for our the vision, the image, and also the quality of the air, and of course the quality of our minds. It affects our mindset. So that's really why I'm here. I have lots more to say, but I would really love to hear from Anastasia, because I believe that she can help us to understand how we came up with the current policy and what we might be able to achieve in today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I love the fact that you say there are a lot of good things and at the same time, very pressing issues that we need to address. As we try to figure out how to get Anastasia back with us, I would love for us to draw attention to the vetting that happened with the cabinet secretaries yesterday. And Rebecca Miano was actually there to defend her nomination. And some of the issues we are actually addressing include the fees that some of us say probably is one of the reasons we are losing tourists. It's just an illusion, or actually there are figures and facts that support it. But however, speaking to the committee, this is what CS nominee Rebecca Miano had to say.
Mizan, we can't hear the audio.
Oh, what happened there? I apologize. Let's get that
Yeah, we
sorted
can't hear the
and
audio.
then we'll be back. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get Anastasia with us. Obed.
Yes, sorry, my apologies for that. You can hear me?
Very well, Anastasia.
My apologies. Yeah, so quickly just to dive in. So thank you very much for organizing this platform. I really appreciate it. As a county, as a Nairobi City County, we're very committed to ensuring that public participation is done as much as possible. So this presents an excellent, innovative opportunity and platform for us to get feedback from the residents of Nairobi, from the stakeholders, and so on and so forth. Just for perspective, as you all know, tourism is devolved. The development and regulation of tourism is devolved, so it's a county task. That's number one. Number two is that for the Nairobi City County, His Excellency the Governor has made the vibe of the city one of his top 10 priorities, programs, which means that we are on the spotlight and we must make it work. And we're really very looking forward to getting your feedback. As you know, policy development is the beginning of what informs legislation. So currently we don't have a tourism act for the county. We are, of course, we are in this journey to develop a policy which will inform the Mizani 254 has actually given us this opportunity. I'd like us to, if we can, Obeds and Ellie, if you can give the microphone to Nahashan, who's been the consultant, who's been working the journey with the stakeholders, with ourselves to develop this policy. so they can give a perspective, an overview of the policy, and then from there we can invite Q&A, and then of course we will be expecting feedback from you, which will incorporate in the public participation report. So Obed, if you can give the mic to Bernard Nahashon, I'd really appreciate. Thank you, and asanteni sana.
Bernard is already on speaker. So, Bernard, you have an opportunity to unmute and speak, just to guide us on that policy, draft policy.
Obed, over to you.
Bernard is on speaker. So, Bernard, please feel free
Thank
to
you.
go.
Thank you, Bed. Thank you, Mizani Africa, Waziri. Thank you. So, basically, my name is Bernard Nation. Yes, I'm glad to be part of the team, being the lead consultant in this particular process. And as we all know, basically, public policy formulation is really a consultative process. Normally, that calls for a stakeholder engagement, so that we really need to get to the real needs. So that at the end of the day, when we're talking of matters tourism policy, we come up with a policy that is meant to address the sector needs and, of course, to put Nairobi where it's supposed to be. Now, just to take us through, and before basically I take you through the snapshot of the policy, I'll also take this opportunity just to take us through the process. So this is a process that started way back of course, it started way back in March. And through this particular process, we had to do a number of stakeholder engagement, basically just to find out what are the issues in this particular sector. And of course, having identified what issues are in this particular sector, then of course, stakeholders are also involved to know how best can we sort out these issues. And that, of course, made stakeholders come up with a raft of proposals on how best such issues can be sorted out and come up with a vibrant city matters tourism. And I'm also glad to note that this document has been in the public domain, and Mizani Africa, I can see you've done is in the main document, that is. And as a policy document, basically, it comes with a number of parts. Important to this particular conversation is really to know what policy interventions are we proposing to this. And therefore, just to address matters that we've captured.
Ella, is it just me, or I can't hear Bernard at all?
I think I'm on now.
Okay.
Good. So basically, the policy document that we have, as I was indicating earlier, has about 7 chapters. And of course, this ranges from chapter 1 being that of giving just a background and introductory on matters of the county. Then we go to chapter 2, where we are doing situation analysis. And in the situation analysis, basically we're trying, in this case, we did use SWOT analysis. And chapter 3 moves on to give us the policy interventions that are being proposed. And 4 goes to give us the legal environment, and of course matters monitoring and evaluation, the implementation framework of this, all the way to implementation framework, basically coming up at chapter number 4. Chapter number 5 is monitoring and evaluation, and of course, those are what are really key for this particular session, so that we see the validity and practicability of this particular document. Now, to start off, We are all aware that Nairobi City, whose history dates back to 1999 as a rail depot during the British colonial forays, was declared a city on 31st of November 1954. Since then, we are alive to the fact that it has grown to be the largest metropolis in East Africa, giving it a vantage position as the region commercial capital. So, as a city, which was also established as Kenya's, Kenya's 47th county after the promulgation of the Constitution 2010, it has, and again, you find that it has the most populous. It is the most populous county in Kenya, with of course a population of about 4.8 million inhabitants, and this is as per last year. And this is projected actually to grow to 6.2 million by 2045. That is according to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And within the city, we know that, of course, we have about 17 sub-counties. And of the 17 sub-counties, the most populous ones are Mathare, Kamkunji, and of course, Makadara. Each of them Mathare coming with about 68,855, followed by Kamkunji at 24,389, and of course Makadara at 15,795 people per square kilometer. So that makes those particular sub-counties, of course, to be the most populous within the county, and the fact that Nairobi is also one of the most populous counties in the country. Of course, that comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. Matters positioning of the county, you find that the county is positioned within the southeastern part of the country, and of course, it's located within the central tourist circuit of Kenya. Nairobi is really rich, matters wildlife, culture, arts, architecture, entertainment, urban design, among others, offering high concentration and, of course, diversity of tourism products. And these particular tourism products ranges from, of course, wildlife, uh, fashion, mice, all the way as we're going to look, as we're going to see, as we progress. So then, Nairobi as a city, of course, matters urban tourism is going to be the main focus here. And for urban tourism to thrive, you know that cities must continuously reposition themselves to remain relevant in ever dynamic environment. Essential factors that cities need to be taken care of include matters the green spaces, cycling tracks, security, information accessibility, diverse accommodation, amenities, and a variety of visitor activities. And of course, for all this to be effective, there ought to be, for all this to work in an orderly manner, then there ought to be an effective monetary mechanism to fix, of course, the loose ends in this. So with Nairobi's diverse offering and ambitious development goals as outlined in the county's CIDP, that is the County Integrated Development Plan number 3, which is going to take us from last year, 2023, all the way to 2027, a progressive tourism policy is really necessary to transform the tourism sector into a sustainable industry, providing an exceptional visitor experiences. So this policy basically defines the guidelines for development, promotion, and provides also the basis for regulation of tourism within the county. So why the policy? The Department of Tourism within the county has been operating within a formal policy framework as had been indicated by the county executive member in charge of this sector. And this has led to unclear guidelines and, of course, vision. So, and as per the fourth schedule of the 2010 Constitution, which grants the county government control over local tourism, makes it crucial for the establishment of a tourism policy to fulfill, of course, commitments to Kenya Vision 2030. So basically, this particular policy provides a strategic instrument for tourism development, promotion, and ensuring a high-end, diverse, and of course, unique visitor experiences, with a vision of positioning Nairobi City County as a leading destination in inclusive and sustainable tourism. Thus, the mission of this is to come up, basically to develop and promote a continuous, sustainable, and inclusive tourism in Nairobi City County by enhancing the diversification of tourism offerings, implementing robust improvements, and fostering collaboration among stakeholders. So the guiding principles to this effect includes sustainable tourism development, climate change mitigation, economic and social prosperity, stakeholder collaboration and participation, regional tourism management and marketing, experience-driven, and of course, distinct sense of place. So that when you're in Nairobi, at least you have that, signature experience that will only identify with Nairobi. Robust investment climate, because again, you know that tourism development is more of a private sector affair. So a robust investment climate ought to be, to be created within the county to enable tourism development. And of course, strategic capacity building, commitment to digital transformation, good governance, and shared benefits, really key. And of course, in all this, we have to ensure that there is market diversification. So policy is to guide in terms of scope. That is, this policy is going to guide tourism-related activities in Nairobi City County and in Nairobi City County government. And of course, it's also going to define or guide private operators' activities in the industry within the boundaries of Nairobi City County. And therefore, any person or entity who intends to set up and operate a business in the industry, that is tourism, within the county must adhere to the provisions set out in the policy.
Not
It's also important.
National, allow me. No, I'm sorry to interject, but I think it's important to clarify. Um, for anyone who's taken time to read through the document, there are quite a number of propositions that are put across, and I think what you pick out and critically when you with Akina, I think what I'm looking at is the possibility that you want to introduce a county tourism board. That's the key thing when I look at the whole document. And I would like to understand when you look at the national tourism policy vis-a-vis what you're introducing as a draft tourism policy, isn't there an element of duplication of that responsibility? And why can't we probably consider having, um, work with the national tourism policy as much as the county government would want to work with, have their own draft policy. But Nairobi City County is not your ordinary county because it's a unique county in the sense that it's the city of the country, and at the same time works with the national government and should work with the national government because of its unique positioning. What Why can't it work with the national tourism policy and maybe co-opt a majority of the things that are there than coming up with this policy that has come up? Because there's really no much difference, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for that observation. And indeed, you're right. You're right. You're right to the extent that matters. Collaboration is really key, and the county government, of course, cannot work in isolation. Looking at the county tourism board, that we're talking about in this case. And if you're trying also to mirror it with what is happening at the national government, it's just to make sure that within the county, matters local tourism, which is a function that has been, devolved, to be given the right attention that it requires. And in doing this, then we have to make sure that all the stakeholders are brought on board. And that is the essence of, are actually brought on board. And that is the essence of the county tourism board. That as much as we need to have the county officials on, we are also going to make sure that the private sector is in place, the civil society is in place, so that the county tourism development, promotion, and of course matters regulation is done in a manner that addresses the special needs of the county. You are also putting it rightly that Nairobi is not just like any other county. Nairobi is a capital city. And most of the tourism activities within Nairobi County will most of the time be seen as, activities, as national activities. Because again, Nairobi, this is where all the tourism, it's the gate to the country, matters international tourism. But then when it comes now to the country, uh, there are those particular tourism potentials that are yet to be exploited.
Which,
And if you are
sorry,
just
Bernard, again, what are these particular things that you've identified? Because when I look at it, tourism in Kenya is largely in the private, it's a private sector driven sector.
you're right,
And
you're right.
importantly so, what is it that you're bringing that is uniquely going to support this private sector to be able to give that unique offering that you've identified? Because there could be challenges that the sector would speak about. But what has the city county identified that is unique and different from what the national government is providing that you're going to do? Because I think probably when you look at the licensing element, maybe is the biggest issue. And you can work in conjunction with the national government to have that single permit so that if you're a tourism sector person, you want to start a business, a tour operator, a travel agency, once you go to the national government, all the other things are done together. They have a single permit that you're suggesting. Why can't you work in liaison with the national government? And you know rather than, the policy would probably help, yes, but still I do not understand. And I said, Nairobi stands uniquely, and probably in other people's opinion, it shouldn't have been a county government, it should have been part of the national government as a department, so that it can be run in a good way that works, that supports everybody else. So I'm really looking for that unique thing that you're trying to give across, because but when you brush through, for me, and I repeat again, I do not know if that's what everybody else has seen, it's just about the county tourism board. And that's what you want to create through this policy, so that maybe you would be able to achieve other goals, and that's it. I don't see any other, unless there's something unique. I still want to hear that, and I can't see that yet.
All right. So I think that now I get your question clearly, and this is going to be addressed well when you look at the implementation aspect of this particular policy. In that, yes, there are a lot of things that we are going to do with the national government, and there are a lot of things also that we are going to do with other county governments. And besides those, there are those uniquely things that as a county government are going to be addressed within the county, that if we leave them to basically the national government, then it won't get the much attention that it deserves. Now, you look, if you go to the periodic engagements that we are proposing with the county, with the sector stakeholders, where we are looking at number one, quarterly tourism stakeholders forum. So here we have the objective of, sorry, I'm just scrolling
Bernard,
through
I'll point you
this.
to 4.1, which says 41A, it says the county government of Nairobi, through the county tourism board or council, will oversee and coordinate the engagement in 43, which the 43 is the monthly, the biannual security and emergency prepare. No. It's
Quarterly Tourism
there's
Stakeholders Forum.
quarterly, there's annual
The
tourism policy review, and then there's the biannual security emergency preparedness workshop. Then you have a monthly tourism product development working group, isn't it?
Yes, all the way to the ad hoc working groups, yes, for the special initiatives.
Yeah, so you agree with me that the critical thing throughout the policy here, despite all, there's the background that you've given us, there's the forward and the acknowledgement, and then issues to do with the scope and stuff, and you've identified through the SWOT, you give uniquely the strengths of Nairobi, that's the environment analysis, the strengths, there's the weaknesses, the opportunities and threats. But when you look at it and you agree with me that the tourism board is a key thing here.
Thank you. For the tourism board is the key thing when it comes to policy objective number. When it comes to matters, the institutional framework. That is a new thing that we're creating under that policy objective, and of course it comes with its unique functions. But if you can go to let's say policy objective number one here, where
To
we are
enhance
looking at
tourism product development and diversification in the country, in the county, in the
exactly
county. Yeah.
Yes. So we started by saying that the county has 17 sub-counties. And if you were to talk to any Nairobian, let's say randomly within the CBD, when you ask them of the potential touristic activities or touristic products within the county, they'll quickly just mention, let's say, and that is from the survey we did, which was common on all cases. Everybody will mention the Nairobi National Park. But then if you go down to, when you go to Embakasi, they will tell you that, yes, we've got this particular, there are those grounds.
Maybe if you can allow me, Bernard, we are trying as much as possible to follow the strategy behind the policy you are proposing. And like my colleague Obeds, you understand we are struggling with it because looking at the issues you're raising to address, and for those of you who have not had time enough to really go through the lengthy document, we have tried our best not to remove the context and the content, but rather summarize the document. So it's really on the Jumbotron. You can look at it as we converse over it so that you understand where we are coming from. I am looking at the strengths that you've mentioned, and then you go and talk about challenges, fragmented tourism offerings. And to go to those proposals that you're coming up as the objective, you talk about, that is objective number one, under policy issues, objectives, and intervention. You talk about enhancing tourism development and diversification in the county. In this regard, the policy has to develop diverse tourism offering, support flagship attractions and expand tourism products, develop distinct Nairobi tourism circuits. Now, what I struggle with in terms of objective number one is you are coming up with a different offer here, which is enhanced promotion and marketing of tourism offerings. So are these things that the tour operators can do on their own? Must the county come and do that? And I'm asking that because if you do not allow the tour operators to actually develop these products and you enhance those products, then you are doing almost zero operation kind of a policy. I don't know what advised that kind of objective, Bernard.
I'm not so sure he's
We
on
don't have,
speaker,
yeah, we
but
don't have
you
him,
can hear us.
but we have Anastasia with us, and
Anastasia is
maybe we
up.
can get also some remarks from some of the speakers that are here. But Anastasia, being that you're in charge of this whole process, are you there? Who is this?
David,
Um,
just allow
yeah.
let's allow Anastasia to speak. Then we'll give you the mic.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Anastasia, if you can hear us, unmute and I'll try and if you can address the question that Eli is asking.
Bernard, did you
Okay,
get
So
my
if you can,
question?
if you can address that question.
yes, I got your question partly, but what I'm going to address, which you may correct me, is you saying that there are those particular touristic activities that the private sector are in a position to develop, and yet they're in the policy. So why are we including this, right?
Sure, that is part of my question. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the main, your observation is right that when it comes to tourism development, most of the activities are actually going to be done by the private sector. Now, the county government in this particular case is to create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive, matters tourism. In that, it ought to be really easy for someone to create a touristic business and to sustain the same. And in this particular case, we are looking at touristic activities that are ranging from festivals and events. We are looking at any touristic activity that is within the MICE space. That is meetings, incentives, conferences, and of course, exhibition. We are looking at tourist activities that are environmental oriented. Talk of ecotourism, talk of let's say bird watching, and of course we've got even the touristic business within. How, for example, those who are running, let's say, transport, the tourist guides in the county, do they have, let's say, a designated parking space where they can come and drop or wait for tourists? So as much as the private sector has the major, um, role of developing this particular stuff, matters tourism, but the county has to really support them in this.
Uh, Bernard, sorry again, and honestly, I do not know if the frustration here is
Yes, please.
the county government has a responsibility to make Nairobi less
What?
congested, more
Good.
open in terms of movement, have more green spaces, create areas where people can, comfortably walk. Such simple things that don't need a policy particularly to be done, then the other things will take care of themselves, I would think. So a policy, yes, would be good, maybe to guide a few things on maybe the areas that are designated for tourism. For instance, let's say, look at Ololua right now. There's a problem around it. Somebody has decided to allocate themselves that forest. That for me is where the county government should come in to make sure that such places are protected with the support of the national government, because it is within the jurisdiction of the county government. Areas that have been designated as tourist points, like Ngong Hills, make sure that they are properly taken care of, and you fend off people who are infiltrating into that space. And how do you take care of that? That's the conversation we should be having. But I don't feel that that's the case, because Nairobi in the first place is, as you rightly point out, that it is congested, it's unsafe, and tourism is about perception. So if people feel Nairobi is a city that is safe, is a city that you can come and do, things within a certain set regulations and you're comfortable, then it's okay. So I would allow you to respond to that. Then I would welcome in David to probably give an alternative view and have Paula, so that we get to hear what other people think. But
Mm.
for me, I think what the county government should do is to create an environment that allows tourism to thrive. And that is the easiest thing they can do, because that's their responsibility and within their mandate.
Yeah, Obed, if I could comment, this is Dr. Nyalita. Please, I want also you to appreciate that we have 10 sectors within the city. In any county, there are 10 sectors. Tourism is just one of subsectors. Now, whatever we do must be guided by our legislation. Yeah, it must be guided by legislation. Yes, there are people we have an environment department sector that does the issues of, the green spaces. We have lands department that deals to do things to do with, what are they called? The lands aspect, all the risks involved. So we're working together as one, and each one of them has a policy to guide them. Each one of them has a legislation to guide them. We cannot, for example, regulate, or we cannot, we have to have a basis that anchors what we do as a county, because we're a county government. So even as you look at tourism as a standalone, there are a lot more stuff inside that needs to be done by the county that requires a legislative anchor. And this is what we're doing as a subsector, not even a sector. So the other things I appreciate, yes, yeah, I think our biggest opportunity is to ensure that each of the 10 sectors actually communicate what they do and what we do, and what are the achievements and what are the challenges, so that at the end of the day, we are working as one, which we are. So for us as a sector and the subsector of tourism, we are looking at a policy which will help us do the things that we're not able to because we have no legal legislation on which to anchor this. So the whole policy document is supposed to actually help drive the policy, the market in Nairobi, or Nairobi as a premier destination on matters tourism, culture, and arts, because tourism is one that markets the culture and arts aspect. So if look at it holistically, in addition to what we are presenting now, I know we are focusing more on the tourism, the tourists who will come and what they experience and go back, or even the local tourism, but it is much more beyond that. Do you know how many tourist circles there are in Kenya? I mean, in Nairobi, for example. And yes, I know you talked about national government, but we're a county government. The national government cannot do and will not do what the county government is mandated to do by the constitution. So these are the things we are curing with providing the policy document. What I would propose also is, if you look at it from that perspective, and also from legislative constitutional provision, please provide us with the with your recommendations, so that we can also look at what it is. But remember, it is something that is supposed to help us from a legal perspective to run matters tourism for Nairobi City County, which the national government will not, from a constitutional perspective, be able to do it. And this applies to other sectors as well. It's not only tourism. Nairobi has been forgotten because everybody assumes it's national government. It is not. So this is our plea to you guys as the residents of Nairobi. Help us come up with policies and legislations and strategies that will actually help Nairobi become the premier tourism destination that it is supposed to be. Thank you. Over to you.
I hear what you're saying, and this is what I would like to ask. Then why would you do a tourism policy as a subsector when you know that environment will be touched? I would think it should be a consultative and collaborative thing, so that you are able to do a policy that's wholesome, that factors in every other department that is involved, in terms of ensuring that what you're looking at becomes a success.
Absolutely agreed. We're
Because the
actually the
feeling I
lead.
have,
No,
we,
no, no.
we've
We are
had
the lead. We are the lead. The other sectors are on board. We are the lead. So there always has to be a lead sector.
Okay, we'll have that conversation. I would like to allow David to speak, and I think I've seen Rosebella, and for the first time, I must admit that we've had a panel of ladies, and it's important that we celebrate that, Mizani, because it's been a while that we've had a male-dominated panel. So I'd allow David to speak, then I go back to Paula. Susan, I give you an opportunity to speak. We have a certain order, so allow David to speak, then I go to Paula, and then I come back to you, Susan. David?
Thank you, Obed. Thank you, Obed, and the Mizan Group. This is a nice discussion. I want to concur with Obed and Eli on issues to do with this policy. From where I'm seated, I'm looking at the policy that Nairobi County is trying to adopt in terms of tourism. Looks like it's a copy paste of the revised national tourism policy of the year 2020. because I think most of the things that are appearing in the national policy are copy pasted on the other side of Nairobi County. For me, I feel like it was really in a rush. This thing was done in a rush. There was no good consultation from different players in the industry. Myself, I'm a lecturer for tourism for several years. I am a player in the tourism industry. I have a tour company. So at no point I've come across any of the Nairobi County tourism members coming across asking questions or trying to consult with me. And even when I was calling some of my colleagues in the industry, they told me we're not aware of the policy that Nairobi County is trying to adopt. So I wonder which consultation was done. That's one thing. Number two, when you're coming up with a policy should be able to look at what are some of the objectives that we want to achieve. Yeah, the objectives should be clear. They should be consistent. Yeah, and well communicated and understood. You see now this policy, the way we are looking at it, even from the way the doctor is trying to argue it out, and the other guy I think who left, is that there is no clear communication about it. Looks like it's not well understood. Then the other thing, when you're making up or you're coming up with a policy, you're supposed to look at, is it going to work? What is it going to do the intended work that is meant to do if it's implemented? Yeah, so there are a number of things that have been missed out in this policy that I feel like we need to address before it is adopted. And again, the importance of a policy is to provide information about solutions to practical problems. We have problems. Obviously, we have problems in Nairobi City, and these are problems that we need to address. Is this policy going to offer solutions to the problem that we are experiencing as a city? Now, if you go to other cities across let's not even go far. Let's talk about Africa. Let's go to East Africa. Go to Rwanda. Rwanda is one of the best examples that I've always referred to, even when I'm talking about tourism. Rwanda is doing very well in terms of a number of things in tourism. Look at the urban planning of Rwanda, Kigali. Look at how they are trying to promote MICE tourism. Now, when we come back home here in Nairobi, how much have we tried to promote some of these niches of tourism? Because we have different niches. What are we doing when it comes to MICE tourism? Like Kigali, for example, they have a convention bureau, which is in charge of promoting MICE, facilitating and organizing meetings, incentives, and all that. What about us here in Nairobi? The KICC, that is the Kenyatta International Convention Center, has been mandated to do this. How many delegates, for example, do we attract let's say in a quarter of a year? Like we are almost we are at the middle of the year. We are done with the first half of the year. How many conventions have we held in terms of tourism here in Nairobi in our KICC? You see, those are some of the areas that we need to address. We need to identify what we need to address in these policies. We don't just come up with policies that are just on paper and they don't work. As far as I know, our national policy in the Ministry of Tourism has been lying in the offices for a long time. Some of these policies have never been implemented. Yeah, we go out there, we do benchmarking, we come with very nice policies, but we sleep on these policies in our offices. So now we don't want us to go that way in terms of Nairobi City. We want us to address some of the issues that are there in terms of transportation. How do we come up with a good transport system that when tourists come to our country or as they step in Nairobi as their first point of contact, how do they see us as a country, Kenya? What are some of the things that can facilitate their movement and accessibility in Nairobi? Then we need to address issues to do with accommodation. We know very well that we have an issue with bed capacity here in Kenya and generally, but again in Nairobi, how many hotels do we have? Yeah, there was a time we had a conference. Yeah, I think it was an environmental something conference, the summit that took place in Nairobi. Do you know that some clients were unable to access hotels because the hotels were fully occupied? Some of them had to go all the way to Naivasha and other places to sleep there. You see what we are trying to say? So we need to look at how we can improve our accommodation in terms of standards. How do we work on our bed capacity? How do we improve on that? We should be able to have adequate bed capacity in Nairobi. We should be able to look at what about the quality assurance? The people who are working in some of these hotels, let's talk about the 5-star hotels, for example. Are they qualified people? Do they give that standard of service that is supposed to be given across the world? Yeah, because hospitality also plays a very major role in our success in terms of tourism. We need to look at attractions. If, for example, we want to fragment attractions here in Nairobi, which areas are we looking at? Because when we talk about attractions, we are talking about man-made attractions and of course, natural attractions. How many natural attractions do we have here in Nairobi? And when you're talking about Nairobi, are we extending our territories to the metropolis of Nairobi? In this case, I'm talking about there are some attractions that are located in counties like Kajiado. There are attractions that
So
are located in counties like Kiambu and all that. So that is what we need to know. Where are we basing our attractions on? And the ones we
David,
identified.
I'd request that you land in 30 seconds so that I also give others to speak. I really
Okay.
appreciate the way you. Yeah, I give you 30 seconds to land to finish your point.
Okay. And then if in terms of attractions, what is our pricing structure? Like, for example, the other day you saw the government was trying to raise entry fee to Nairobi National Park and other places, and that brought out a public uproar. And even today we are having the same issues. Even like, for example, what's happening in Masai Mara, we are not having clans coming to Masai Mara and Kenya. Now people are going to Tanzania and Zanzibar because of our pricing structures. If, for example, we identify attractions here in Nairobi, how do we price them? Are we going to be friendly in our pricing to attract tourists who are coming to Nairobi? In terms of banking, for example, how is our banking system here in Kenya? In terms of accessibility, in terms of operational periods, in terms of, for example, if we come up with bureaus, where are the bureaus located? If someone wanted to do exchange of their currencies and all that. So you see, there are so many issues that we need to address, and some of those issues are not covered in the policy. So let us go back to the drawing
Thank you,
board.
David. Thank you, David. Very important. And critically, what you speak about is a question of you have an attraction, you need to have access, it is important, and then there has to be a sense of security, quite a number of things that need to be taken care of. So I think it should be a collaborative effort, but the policy is very general, to be very honest, so far from the impression I get. Paula, I come to you, and I request that when you come to the microphone, please mute until you're given the opportunity to speak. I'd have Paula speak, then I go to Susan, and then I'll cycle back that in that order. Patrick, I can see your hand up. Paula, please make your contribution.
Thank you so much. This is a very lively conversation, and I hope that the Nairobi County can really take it in the spirit that it's intended. I know people get very maybe emotional and passionate about their contributions. Sometimes it sounds like an attack, but it's not. This is not personal. This is about the city we love, the city we live in, the city we want to thrive in. I would really like to comment on something that I hear coming up again and again, which is how was this policy put together? There's a suggestion it's a cut and paste job. There's also a suggestion that maybe there wasn't enough stakeholder consultation, which is why we asked for this space to be created. It's really important that the right people are in the room when these policies are put together, because as Anastasia said so clearly, this policy will then move down to legislation. So if the wrong people are in the room, or if some people are missing from the room when they're doing policy development, then it will naturally lead to ineffective or incomplete legislation. And there are two things that really get me. One is I don't think we have a clear vision for our city. I know what I would love to see for that vision. I would love to see Nairobi recognized as, a world-class natural biodiverse place. I even see us as a national park city. There are only two in the world right now, and one is London. How can London be the number one national park city in the world when we have the only national park inside a capital city in the world, and we didn't nab that spot? So I think that in terms of nature and biodiversity, Nairobi was always known as the green city in the sun, and that reputation has really been damaged. I feel like the conservation community was missing from the room that developed that policy. We have not contributed as a group, not only the conservationists, the scientists, the tour operators. The other group that I think is missing, we all know that there is something called slum tourism. Actually, it's huge. A lot of people come to Nairobi to go and see what is it really like down there in Kibra, in Mathare. This is something which I have not seen mentioned anywhere, the issue of social inequality in Nairobi. And this tourism policy should speak to that. It should speak to removing that inequality. So when we talk of maybe new enabling structures, business systems, or even infrastructure, whatever it really should speak to addressing the social inequality, because a huge proportion of the residents of Nairobi live in our informal settlements and do not have good jobs, or not making a good living, and that is partly why we have such a serious security problem and so much congestion on the streets, because of the type of public transport that we have to have in order to move around people who are not earning enough money. So that's my contribution. I think that I would love to put it to the county officials. What can we do really to make sure that we have the right people? Because although Anastasia said that there was these meetings and stakeholders were called, I'm not sure how the call was done. It suggests that there was inadequate communication. Maybe there is something more we can do to improve communication from the city, from the county to the public. And I love that we have this X space, and I hope that this becomes a tool that can be used every week to engage the residents of Nairobi on their concerns. Thanks.
Thanks, Paula. Susan was to go next, but I think she's dropped. So, Patrick, your hand has been up. What is it that you have, and what's your contribution?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you 100%.
Thank you. I'm happy to be participating. I'm Patrick Angasa, just to introduce myself briefly. I'm the Director of Public Participation and Citizen Engagement, Nairobi City County Government. And while I'm part of government, I come in as the rapporteur, or someone who is able to hear both sides. And what's coming out from this space today, just like on Friday, we had a meeting about the animal control and welfare. It seems, honestly, they seem to be genuine concerns. Especially, I want to just pick from what Paula was speaking about, and the lecturer who just spoke last. The issue of adequate communication and the involvement of key stakeholders and all stakeholders in general in preparation of these policies, legislations, and regulation. There seems to be a place where we as county government need to improve, because I know Paula's big issue is about the missing stakeholders on the table, because from our side as government, we are saying we had certain consultations before we came up with this policy. And so we will need to see what we do from our end to ensure that we're able to reach out to more interested parties when we're coming up with these policies. So that is observed, and I think the space is not yet closed, and we will continue consulting more so that this policy may be of benefit. Because what I'm hearing is not that we're opposed to having a policy, but you are, I think, a question in the process and involvement of every stakeholder that is interested in this matter. I also have heard about a lack of clarity of the objectives. I'm not so sure how that really comes out here, because I'm sure the team that was coming up with the draft somehow believe the objectives are clear. So then it means then the biggest part we need to is to have you, who seems to also be having good ideas, to be involved in the process. Lastly, just to agree from the lecturer who spoke last before Paula came in, he said that this policy is quite general. And indeed, policies can be quite general sometimes. Then the legislations, and then which are backed up later where necessary with the regulations, are then able to just deal with the nuts and the bolts, those small issues that now makes the matter very clear. So we look forward to have more civic education, more involvement, and that's why we are here, so that we may hear you. So we're already hearing you, and on Monday, I hope all of you will be showing up. I take this opportunity then also to invite you to Charter Hall on Monday, where we will also be able to consider the policy, including all you are saying here, so that we can have some agreed way moving forward, whether it is by consensus or concurrence, or we see where we may need to leave certain things, add certain things, or see even how to proceed better. So I look forward to seeing many of you on Monday morning. Thank you. Those will be my few remarks at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I think what is coming out clear, Mohanjit, I'll have you, you come next. But what I'm observing, and I think it's a disease that has affected generally the whole government at national and counties, communication is a big problem. And I think this has to be something that has to be considered, because there's a lot that's left to assumption that Kenyans would know. And also, anybody who has tried to get into some of the government websites, it's shocking that some of them actually don't even work. Or if they work, there are problems. You can't get a link that, or like right now, the policy, for those who've tried to download it from the website, I'm sure you had a big problem. You had to keep trying for you to be able to access it. These are some of the things that need to be done, and proper communication, updates on a regular basis, because in to operate in a democracy, you need information, and that's what you call civic education. People are constantly informed of what's going on, understand why, and it's for the general public so that they can be able to engage in this democratic space. Mohanjit, you have an opportunity to speak and make your contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be on here, and I just want to also thank the organizer and also Anastasia and your team. I think you can hear as Nairobians, we're quite passionate about our country and our future and our city. Maybe as a brief introduction, I'm Mohanjit Brar. My family's been living in Nairobi for over 100 years. In fact, my grandfather was born in Parklands in 1919. I run a tour operator business and also camps and conservancies. In addition to that, in the past, I was for 6 years on the Kenya Tourism Board and for 5 years chairing the board marketing committee. So I hear what Obeds was saying, but I would just add that, there's been a lot of concerns, and I've seen even some of Paula's comments she shared from her social media. People are saying the key things is safety, infrastructure, corruption, etc. And I do agree with that. Obviously, unlocking that is some of the weakest links to really drive tourism. However, as my experience sitting on the Kenya Tourism Board, I do feel that tourism has a very key, tourism organizations, whether it's county boards, can play a very critical role in helping to unlock these key things. In fact, when we were on the Kenya Tourism Board for the country, some of our key issues are still there. But yes, corruption is one, immigration, visas, harassment of tourists at customs by police. And as KTB, we were able to sit. In fact, I was in meetings with the Director General of Immigration to be able to unlock some of these key things. And I think having an effective county tourism, whether it's a committee or a board, able to engage with and hear what the tourism sector is saying in the Nairobi city and helping to unlock some of these things like licensing, like corruption, like safety, like having proper emergency protocols in place. So my view is that there is a role for it. I hear what is being said here. I think it's been great to see how our youth have brought to the forefront the focus on value for money. Where is our taxes going? And one of the concerns I have is, with all these boards, there's always a big focus on benchmarking trips, and you find that a lot of funds is going to the boards for sitting allowances and traveling around the world or places to see what is Cape Town doing, etc. So my focus, I think the policy in general was good. I also sit on the Kenya Association of Tour Operators Board. I wasn't aware of this, so I think there definitely was a lack of awareness and engaging the right sectors. In fact, it was just Paula that told me that's why I'm on here today, and I appreciate being on here. And so it's really ensuring there's value for money. I think some of the key things on the policy will be the priority and budget allocation. And maybe as a final comment, I would just say I heard a mention of climate change mitigation, but I would just add, as we look at our world now, in fact, the World Economic Forum has stated that two biggest issues, concerns for the world is climate change and biodiversity loss. I think as a Nairobi city and the green city in the sun, that biodiversity loss should be part of this as we look at sustainability across the whole tourism sector, whether it's arts, fashion, gastronomy. How does sustainability and biodiversity loss come in that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohanjit. Really, really very good points there. And I do appreciate, because there has to be a sense where we all start to converge and agree that some of the issues that are bedeviling or contributing to us not being able to really diversify our tourism product is us not having, particularly because of perception, Nairobi being considered not very safe, and a few issues in terms of transport and congestion. So we've tried to cure it, but not necessarily in the way that it should be, and that's why we haven't been able to achieve much. Good to see Rupi come up to the microphone. And Her Majesty, I give you an opportunity to speak. Then I come to Grace Kapura. Her Majesty, Rupi, I request that you mute your mic. I'll give you an opportunity to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. You can hear
It's
me?
a good morning. It's a good morning, Her Majesty. Yes.
Oh my goodness, sorry.
You're 1 hour.
I'm 1 hour ahead, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is the voice of Rose Bell Mugambi.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, Abadeas is so cold, my phone just decided to die on me. So I'm using somebody's account to make my comment in regards to the Nairobi tourism policy. A lot of things have been said, but there is one thing I would like to know from the council because it's not well expressed. And one is, how are they going to manage the experiences? If I point out one thing on gastronomy experiences, perhaps you need to take someone to the market to buy some of the things they're going to cook. And I have seen cases whereby the people in the market are a bit hostile and believing that the market are still under the city county of Nairobi. How are they going to make sure that if you have visitors, especially of international, how are they going to make sure that they have security in there? I still do not get it from the policy. Some of these experiences, how they are going to regulate them. And I also see from the policy, without the collaboration, like 90% they will rely on collaboration. Because even on regulation, they'll have to count on TRA. If they have to change something, then it's TRA being an act of parliament, then it means this policy, some of these things are just going to, to get dusty somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. That is taken on board. I think when they have an opportunity to respond, they can. I'd have Grace and then come to Rupi, then Sahil. Grace, unmute and
Hi,
speak.
hello, good morning, everybody.
Rupi,
Ali
just hold
Obed,
on, Grace.
yeah.
Rupi, I'll give you're speaking after Grace has spoken. So allow her to make her point, then you come after her. Grace?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
We can hear you. It's not possible for everyone to say good morning.
Oh, you can hear me. Thank you. So my name is Grace Kabura from Nairobi County Government. I'm the Assistant Director Tourism. And I want to comment on a few issues. Number one, an issue which was raised, why we are not using the national government policy, or why we decided to come with the policy. It is because that we have two levels of government, that is the national government and the county government. And the county governments, according to the schedule of the Kenyan constitution, have been mandated to run local tourism. And why the policy, we need a roadmap so that we are able to manage the local tourism within the county. Also, in the discussion, I love the discussion there. Many speakers have spoken and clearly what is coming out are the challenges, and the challenges have been identified very clearly in the SWOT analysis that is in chapter 2, and that is why we need this policy so that we are able to address those challenges. So, and matters of implementation, why the policy might be general, I believe after this we are going to come up also with implementation guideline. So I believe things are going to be more clearer. So I hope that as we go to tomorrow physical public participation, that we are going to receive more of submissions so that we can continue improving the document. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much, Grace.
Grace.
If you can hear me, Obed, I'd just like to jump in a little bit and bring in a bit of raise some concerns rather. from what Mohajit raised earlier on the diversity aspect of it, looking at the policy document, it's proposing a number of that, which includes sustainability. And when we were coming up with this conversation, I had the opportunity to speak to one of the industry players who are passionate about sustainable tourism. And in their statements, which I'm going to be playing in a few, she notes quite an interesting number of issues that I believe you need to listen to. That is Judy Kefagona. And we're going to go to her, who earlier on we had a recording with her. And this is what she had to say about the conversation.
My name is Judy Kefagona from Sustainable Travel and Tourism Africa. I am a sustainable tourism consultant. I would like to comment on the draft tourism policy for Nairobi County, and my comments are going to be very broad-based. I want to start by saying that a tourism policy should not be designed as a standalone revenue generation stream for a county. A tourism policy must be woven into the bigger development aspirations of the city. We all know that Sustainable Development Goal number 11 talks about making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. The SDGs are therefore a global benchmark for any development agenda. So when we're developing a tourism policy today, we cannot ignore that there is a global framework for development. This global framework has certain defined principles, and more so, it has 17 agendas or goals that can be used in anchoring a tourism policy. For example, if we have a goal to achieve a smart mobility, how does the tourism policy support this? If we have a goal towards a climate resilient and responsible city, our tourism policy must highlight how the sector will make a contribution towards a climate resilient city. The agenda for sustainability is anchored, as we all know, on three pillars, which is environment, economy, and the society. Each one of these must come out very clearly, right, as the basis and the framework on which our policies in this time and age should be developed. We must move away from clone tourism, where we are trying to compete at all costs. We are all profit driven. We are all looking at standardized offers. If we find that a city has got entertainment places somewhere in Asia and Europe, we try to replicate that in our cities in Africa, whereas we are not even able to provide water to the residents. Now, before we are a city, before Nairobi city is a tourism destination, it must be a livable city for those who are there. If we increase opportunities for tourism when we cannot provide water to the people of Nairobi today, then we are building an industry on the wrong premise. We are building an industry not for wealth creation for the people. We are building an industry for people who want to come and have a fun or have a holiday in Nairobi without caring for the people who are in that place. So I'm looking at a tourism policy that must start by caring for its people, must start by caring for its environment, and then we can use tourism to create wealth. We are not using tourism to invite people to our cities. We are using tourism to help us to create wealth. This policy, therefore, must be aligned in this way. Another thing that I find significant for a city like Nairobi and any other city in the world, and aligned to SDG number 11, is that we must look at how are we going to protect our green spaces in the city? How are we going to use them responsibly? Right? We have Nairobi City is blessed to have so many green spaces around it. whether we're talking about the park, whether we're talking about the Ololuwa forest, the Ngong forest, the Karura forest, we're talking about the green spaces within the city, like the Uhuru Park. We're talking about private conserved spaces, privately conserved spaces around Nairobi. When we map these spaces for development, first and foremost, we are creating opportunities for our own people, the people of Nairobi, to experience their cities. This is the most responsible and sustainable form of tourism, because these people, the cost of these people experiencing their cities, the natural cost to it, the often hidden natural impact of tourism is minimized when we develop tourism in our green spaces for our people.
Well, that is a conversation I had on with Judy, and Judy talks a lot about the issues we're trying to look at this policy, which in my case, I believe are missing. And it's important for us to interrogate them. I heard Bernard, when he was making his opening remarks, talked about the population and who is where and what it means to this city. So I don't know if that in itself has been addressed with the issues that Judy is raising. I'm hoping the team from the county's city county, rather the Nairobi City County, will be able to address those issues or inculcate them in the policy report. A complete of that recording I'll be posting later on the on our link, and therefore you can listen to it. To that extent, I would love now to go back to Obeds and let's see what the county members talk about when they discuss the issue of sustainability. Have they considered this in this proposal?
Thank you, Eli. I think we'd have Rupi. Rupi Mangat is she's a travel writer and she's been there for a while. She must have a thing or two to speak, and I think Rupi, it's an opportunity for you to put your point across, and then we can cycle back to the other people who are here. Rupi, you're welcome. Unmute and speak.
Thank you, Ellie and Abed, and thank you, Paula, for having invited me here. I've, like you just said, I've been here for a while. Yeah, I've been here for a long, long while. So a lot of what I was going to say has been said before, but I totally agree with Judy, what she has said, and with Paula and Mohanjit. And yeah, so I'll make my little presentation very, very short. First, what would I like to see in the policy? I'm not sure what Nairobi is anymore. We grew up here. Our tagline was Nairobi, green city in the sun. What is it today? I don't know. We knew what Nairobi was back then. It was the green city in the sun, stunningly beautiful. When I did city tours back in the 1980s, people they just loved it. They were, it's such a beautiful city. Today, I don't do city tours anymore because there's really nothing to go wow about. If I do, I just, we drive through the city, we point out to a few landmarks, the beautiful old architecture we still had, and then end up at the African Heritage House because that does show a lot of the African diversity that we have. So that's my number one point. Number two, Nairobi didn't just start today. Nairobi has a history. It starts with Nairobi, the place of cool waters. What is it today? It doesn't reflect that. We've done away with our wetlands. We hardly have any swamps left. We're building on our wetlands, which is such it's a shame, really. Third, I take a standpoint like economics and the environment go hand in hand. And that's something that even the late Dr. Professor Wangari Maathai was so passionate about. You couldn't destroy Karura Forest and say, yeah, it's in the name of development. It is definitely not in the name of development. The environment is a common good. It belongs to all of us. So why are we giving it to some The government has to address this. It has to acknowledge every single person has a right to clean water, clean air, clean spaces. And that's what we want to show off to our tourists coming into the country. You know, we're not just a little poster thing out there. Hey, dear tourists, come and see what we're going to plonk onto you. No, it's a generic thing. So yeah, I want to see Nairobi shown off as the most beautiful capital city in the world. It has beautiful architecture. It is Nairobi. It has history. It's the birding capital of the world. How many people know that? We have a fantastic birding community, thanks to people like Fleur Ngueno, who in her 80s is still leading bird walks. We have forests around Nairobi, indigenous forests, you know, that bring in the clean air, the clean water that we need. We have, you know, and so we have a diversity. We have Nairobi National Park that everybody says, yes, Nairobi is the only city with a national park. But how are we going to sustain that national park? We cannot fence it. It'll be a zoo. We have to create the open corridors that are needed for it to survive. And these open corridors are dependent on what the researchers are informing us, that we need to keep these open corridors to have the leopards go out to the Aberdares, to Ololua Forest, even to Ngong Forest, so that they can find partners to breed, to keep the genetic flow strong. If we don't have that, we're going to lose it. I mean, how many know that Nairobi's indigenous population of the black rhinos are older than any one of us? Nairobi's lions have been there longer than any one of us has been there. We got to respect all that. So I want to see the policy working hand in hand also with the Nairobi urban plan. Because right at this point, I'm not even sure what the Nairobi urban plan is. We talk about climate change, climate mitigation. It's a joke. We're cutting down all our city trees. Nairobi's temperatures are higher than they have been in the past. Why do we need, power lines that are not even wildlife friendly, that they electrocute so many, not just people, but also wildlife, birds, raptors? So, yeah, we need to have education. We need to work with different players, researchers, education, youngsters, the different organizations we have, like the Wildlife Clubs of Kenya, East African Wildlife Society, East African Natural History Society. I mean, I did not know about this stakeholders meeting today, but it's thanks to Paula. So thank you, Paula, for keeping us all in the limelight, for keeping us all informed. Yeah, so really, that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And Rupi, you are a writer, so definitely you have quite a number of stories to tell. And being able to put them in few words makes it even more interesting for us to listen through. Thank you for that. Now, Patrick, before I can go to other speakers, there are a number of issues that have been raised. I believe you are in capacity to respond to them. So I'll give you an opportunity either to weigh in or give an alternative view of the conversation. Patrick. Patrick, if you're there, you can unmute. Otherwise, we go to Bernard.
Oh, I'm still around.
Sorry, Beds, just to clarify, from a process perspective, so the technocrats are Susan, Grace, and Bernard is leading the process. And then from a public participation coordination perspective, that's where Patrick comes in. So if you want the technical responses, then I would propose you edge towards Nahashon and Grace and Susan. And then, Patrick, you can come in now to coordinate from a public participation perspective, if you don't mind. Obed.
All right, so I'll definitely throw that question to Bernard. He is the consultant in this matter. Bernard, issues raised, including the issue of biodiversity. There is also the aspect of policy friendly, that a policy that is local friendly to the people and the inhabitants of that region, including the birds. What do you make of this? Has it been considered in the document that you're presenting to us? And so, how effective will it be, Bernard?
Thank you, Bed. So far so good, and I really like the views that are coming on board. And I'm also glad to state that most of these have been addressed in the policy document, and matters the generality of the policy. Actually, the policy ought to take the general angle.
Bernard, are you still with us? I think I lost you. Grace, do you have any additional remarks on that?
Or Susan. Grace or Susan?
Yeah, I don't know if we have Susan here. I'm struggling to find her on the call. But Susan, if you're there, Grace or Susan, kindly. We seem to have lost your colleague, Bernard.
Yeah, Susan.Mukohi, she's currently a listener. Just make her a speaker.
Okay, Susan, kindly request the mic. We'll be able to add you on the speakers panel. But I really want to understand from the perspective of the Nairobi City County, what are those suggestions that they have made to address the issues being raised, including simple things such as water and the fact that we have power lines that are electrocuting our natural friends. We're calling them animals, and what have you, birds. I would like to get a feedback on that. But in the meantime, let's have Sahil coming in. Then we can cross over back to the county team. Sahil, welcome to the talk.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And am I audible?
You are. Kindly proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, while going through your conversation to rest of the speakers, it was very easy for me to understand the problematic situations. Your country and my country, it seems we are sailing the same boat. Like the water bodies are disappearing, the number of wetlands are gone, and Kenya being one of the most beautiful countries on Mother Earth, especially with the Serengeti National Park, you have a number of tourists coming in. I was going through some of the statistics now. Last year, you had more than 2 million visitors in Kenya, and this year you're expecting more than 3 million. And my question is very simple to all of you. Like we are paying the price in India itself. The climate changing affecting, the Himalayas are coming down. We are chopping up all the trees. Now, the reason there is the number of tourists is coming to Kenya. Does it make you feel like worried? What will be the situation in coming years? How does it affect the sustainability of the national parks and other things? That's what I'm worried about. If somebody can please, that's it. Thank you very much. And one more thing, I would like to congratulate you. You have a number of speakers in the space who happens to be from the different sorts of tourism departments, and they are here to speak. I wish I had somebody from the government itself when I conduct spaces. Thank you very much, and all the best to you.
Thank you, Sahil. Those are great compliments. We'll definitely look into that. Grace, I'll come to you in a few. Let me admit Joshua, and then we can revert back to you. Joshua, please.
Hey, good morning, everyone. And it's nice to have this conversation. It's quite important. And thanks to Paula, who I saw a comment on her Facebook thread, and I requested that I would like to join this space. I definitely agree with many people, and maybe just to introduce myself, I'm a PhD student in Wageningen University, working on societal impact of coral reef restoration. But apart from that, I've also worked in the field of tourism, working at Nature Kenya, and even working at Nairobi Arboretum. And also have had chance to work also in Olpajata Conservancy, and I'm also currently one of the directors working in the field of coral reef restoration in south coast of Kenya. But beside that, Nairobi is also part of us, and because it's a gateway where we all come through, and also most of the tourists come through in there. I think my concern, and many people have also raised this issue, is mainly about the process of making this policy, whereby you need to bring all the stakeholders to make sure that there is that sense of inclusivity. And in that process, you are able to achieve many aspects that we are asking here, or many people are questioning how the process is. And I think the other thing for me, my concern would be about, we are talking about these policies objectives. I've seen a list of these objectives, but maybe some of these objectives need to be refine-tuned, and also to understand what is the scope and who is the target of this policy. We've always been trying to develop policies that often do not touch to we the Kenyans. A good example is like the policy number 2, whereby as part of the intervention, intervention F, it talks about promoting domestic tourism. In my opinion, I would feel that this promoting domestic tourism should be a huge and a key policy objective for such a policy and for such a county approach of promoting tourism. Because one of the challenges that we have in Kenya is a sense that the domestic tourism, it of course it has grown for the last 10 years. We've seen a dramatic change in the domestic tourism, but there's a lot of change that need to be addressed on that. There is a lot of information, there is a lot of education that need to be wired out to the domestic tourism component, so that if we embrace that, and we've seen that supporting us during the COVID period, whereby many people, many Kenyans have woken up. We've seen a lot of small scale or media tourism operators that are coming up, which is a very good positive thing. But then we need to be able to make sure that we are able to promote the domestic tourism, because if we promote domestic tourism, if we touch that person who is in Nairobi and make him to understand why is the importance of promoting Nairobi tourism circuit, what is the importance of the Nairobi archive, why do we have the old railway station, why do we have the new renovated Uhuru Park and Uhuru Gardens? We've seen the recent demonstration. What happened to the recent renovated green the Uhuru Park? They destroyed the place because they do not understand the value and the importance of such aspect. And these are the things that a person like Rupi is talking about. Where is that history? How do we place those aspects? Where is the historical tourism? Where is the bird watching component? Where is the green space? In the policy document, when you look at the strength, it's only talk about this normal conventional attractions, the Nairobi National Park. Yes, it is important, but there are many other attractions that we need to really embrace and make sure that there is that inclusiveness of all these aspects. So it is very important to make sure that the important stakeholder who are supposed to be in the room are in that room. And then let's also make sure that there is that complementarity of the policies that are happening there on the national government. The unfortunate thing that is happening also with the county government, it is, yes, the county government have the mandate to or jurisdiction to act on certain issues, but there must be, we need to see the complementarity happening in the whole process, because we all understand what we want to achieve, but let's not abandon what has been there while we are trying to process and improve our tourism experiences in Nairobi. That's my take and my contribution. Otherwise, thank you very much. And Pora, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. I think at this juncture, I'm going to request the team to officially hire Paula as our new comms director, because she's been able to spread the news across the country, and we do appreciate that, Paula. Now, I want to go back to Grace before I can come to the new speakers. And kindly, when you join, keep your mic muted so that you don't interfere with the frequency. And then when you're given the opportunity, you can progress. Now, Earlier on, Grace, there's an issue that was mentioned about sustainability. Our brothers from India, I believe, so have mentioned it. There was also another gentleman here who was earlier on the speakers, talked about sustainability. And looking at the policy and the suggestion, I'm looking at objective number 4, which talks about promote sustainable tourism investments. And when I cross over, some of the things you're looking at is develop strategies to attract tourism investment, promote inclusive tourism opportunities, provide a conducive business environment, undertake resource mobilization, encourage investment in budget priced tourism facilities. All these, it's basing on the economic value of this important sector. Where is the human and the nature value in this policy? I will want you to respond to that, Grace, as a general question from all the collections we've had from the rest of the speakers. Grace, please.
Thank you very much for having me back again. And I agree with you, like we need to fine tune the objectives, and actually the strengths or the SWOT analysis was done by the stakeholders. We had invited all the stakeholders or most of the stakeholders. Maybe some were not able to come, or maybe some did not get the information, or others sent representatives, and we have database on that. But basically, it's an objective, promotes sustainable tourism. It's an objective by itself, and we have a policy intervention. We have a policy statement on that, and also the interventions. So I think we need to build up more on the intervention on that objective of promoting sustainable tourism development, so that we can also include matters of conservation and all the other issues which are being listed.
So take me through that statement. What does it say?
Okay, I'm not able to access the document right away. That is...
Give us a general view. What does the statement, propose to address? Because it is very vital for us to discuss these issues objectively, because if we are going to talk about sustainable tourism, we need to see the county putting in place policies that are going to enhance sustainability, including the issue of responding not only to the economic aspect of what this sector is giving to the county, but the conservation and interhuman interaction with the environment that you're suggesting to have tourism in. So, what does this policy statement address?
So the policy statement addresses more of it's more of economic, but let me read it. Nairobi City County aims to promote sustainable tourism, city tourism through comprehensive policies. This policy directive focuses on developing strategies for attracting tourism investments in the county, integrating sustainability principles into city planning and tourism development, enhancing community engagement and cultural preservation, promoting responsible tourism practices, and fostering partnership for sustainable tourism. That is how the statement goes. That is the policy statement.
Okay, I will tell you from where I sit. It's very vague, but we are hoping it can be cleared as we proceed with the conversation.
Obed,
Paul, I see your mic is on.
yes, I just want to respond on this because it's really upset me what I've just heard. We invited stakeholders, some came and some sent their representatives. Now, at this stage, we're being asked as citizens. It's been published. We are being invited to validate a policy that was developed by some anonymous people, because it is nowhere on the policy document who was invited or who attended and who participated, which means we are coming in what looks like rubber stamping, which I think is why there is so much upset everywhere, because Nairobi is not just Nairobi. It's not an attraction. Nairobi is the gateway for tourism in the entire region, and especially for Kenya. 85% or more of all visitors to Kenya come through Nairobi. And as was mentioned also by the tourism group, Nairobi is also a major hub for domestic tourism. So when I hear that stakeholders were invited, And somebody like Mohanjit, who is one of the major players in tourism in this country, and especially in Nairobi because he has camps in Nairobi National Park, how is it possible that, and I don't even know a single person who attended any of this policy development. So that's something that I would love to ask. Where can we find that list? How was the invitation done? And why wouldn't you open up the process from the get-go? The Constitution demands that we as citizens are given access to public participation. Now, this particular public space which we've created here was not the idea of the county. It was the idea of citizens. The county had said there's a meeting tomorrow. Fantastic. But most people have not, they're only being given a document, which, as was mentioned earlier, you can't even download it from the website. This is not effective public participation.
I would like to add to something about it. And I look at some of the suggestions, especially in terms of stakeholder taking, just hold on, let me get that. There's a mention that we list the NCCG, that's implementation approach 4.1, that says NCCG will establish a feedback mechanism to review the effectiveness of engagements and gather suggestions. That's exactly what we're speaking to. I don't feel people have been included, and at this point when we've had this problem in this country, and you saw what happened to the Finance Act of 23 because of not really taking public participation as an important aspect of it. And this is how you do not understand who are the people who are part of it, how they were engaged. And when you have very serious people like Paula saying they have not been involved, you need to question what you're doing. Anastasia, now I need to report this. When you did give us a contact to get in touch with the office, and we talk about feedback, we called, and the lady who picked the call, one, for me, forgive me for saying this, but very unprofessional. And number two, they do not even have information that there's a policy, a tourism policy, which will have public participation. Totally unaware. And it's possible that you do not know. But it's also important to find a way to say you do not know and find out how to find, or, like, I'm sorry, I'm not aware this is going on. However, let me find out, or something close to that. So if this is the customer service quality that you're getting, you're being held on phone, and then you do not even get a solution, then somebody just hangs up on you, or you're put on call for so long. It's important partially to work on the team also, to work on the communication element. If you're going to talk about us having feedback and, in terms of reviewing the effectiveness of this, the communication element and the team that is in charge of that has to be spot on, which I think at the moment is not. And that's part of the letdown. It's not beating you, but we have to be very clear that there's a need. And also there's this problem that I have also noted that is probably within the political class and people working within the government system, that to them, Kenyans are just statistics. And it is unfortunate that we just want to have numbers to rubber stamp and not necessarily to improve. I'm glad that you've come and agreed to come to the space because it's helped to identify some areas that need to be worked on. But I think maybe we need to re-engage more because Nairobi is very important to a lot of us, and have more people included, experts in the areas, so that other than just saying we consulted, it would help to have the specifics of the issues dealt with so that we can have a comprehensive and better policy. Mizani.
Yeah, sure, Obed. I'm going to go to the next speaker, but just to reiterate on that aspect of public participation and the importance of engaging the citizens, this is why most of us feel let out. But I have been reading through some of the tweets and the messaging from the county. Indeed, there was some formative stages of the document. There was some engagement with players from the community. But I also wish to say that as we have leaders and the civil servants coming to address issues that Kenyans are raising, it is their number one job on the specific you've just mentioned about calling the public office and you have either vague answers or somebody feeling there's no need to respond, we contacted the Kileleshwa member of County Assembly, that is Robert Alai, on some specific issues we wanted to address. And the gentleman said that for him, as long as you have 32 views, there's nothing to discuss. But that was not the point. The point is there are issues that are concerning people in this country, including the county, the ward you represent. And for you as a public officer holder, you decide it is not important for you. That is why we have policies that now we have the courts shooting them down. And then it becomes an issue of the courts are against the administration. But that is just that, and I hope we can call ourselves to order. Now, I want to bring in the next queue of speakers before we can progress. But I see, Patrick, your hand is up. I'll give you the opportunity, please.
Thank you. I've had the issues on public participation, and I will say for a truth, we're all changing. Before 2010, public participation was not very serious. But to believe that currently we in government can just assume that everything is the same, that will not be correct. We are listening, especially after the finance bill and even the interactions we're having here. So we are seeing there's need for honest, real inclusion where then citizens will feel that they're really included. Just for such wrongs that happen, for example, if you reach out to your area MCA, and I'm not here to speak on their behalf. We hope that doesn't happen. That there will be civility, there will be courtesy, there'll be honesty, and that's all where we're aspiring. Public participation is a national value, and the national values as captured under Article 10, they are all aspirational, including those in the private sector are to aspire to that value because we're in the same situation and we also make those mistakes. So I'm hoping going forward, and that's why we are here. We could have said we are government officers on Sunday, we are not available and all that, but we're here because we're appreciating that the times are changing and we really have to hear Kenyans and speak to them and be honest. So on the matter of where you are, some of you called our officers and perhaps there was no courtesy and perhaps there was no clarity, and even just admitting that these we don't have, we need to check, that we will give feedback to our customer service department so that then we don't operate that way. So as we seek to attain to the aspirations in the values we have in Article 10, then we really just have to bear with each other and keep on reporting of where there's poor service, then we can all try to improve. So, but I appreciate those who got this information and were able to share to others. So, Paula, I see you have done quite a huge job. Myself in public participation will really appreciate you for helping spread this information. You can realize we don't want to do these policies in secrecy. We want to do it transparently, get your thoughts, include more, because perhaps our reach was little, but we want to reach everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. So I'll go now to the comments that we've received so far, and then at the next level, we'll open up to general remarks in conjunction to the document we're discussing, and also general remarks on how we want to see our tourism handled in the country. I see here Stella says, I look forward to hearing on the specifics. The policy is so general. When you say your intervention is develop diverse tourism offering, what exactly are we looking at? When you say we will support flagship attractions and expand tourism products, which are these products? Questions, okay? We also have, this is Jama Calda, who says, my recommendations, county governments impose levy on their employees that are paid directly to tourist sectors for them to choose where and when to visit the sites. This can promote local tourism instead of relying on foreigners. Well, I don't know how that is practical, but then again, it is public participation. Amos says, has the policy addressed A, strategies to minimize the ecological footprints of tourism, B, community engagement, C, cultural preservation, 4, circular economic practices, climate neutral tourism, and adaptive governance? Those are questions from Amos. We also have Clement Wild, who says, Dr. Kahumbu, thank you for informing us about this important conversation regarding our beautiful city. Ole Kinsey, yes, you can get the mic. Once you have the opportunity, just request for it and we'll be able to invite you to speak. The Godfather, yes, urban green spaces as tourism spaces, affordability to enhance local tourism, states Godfather. And last but not least, some of the matters you are addressing are already encompassed with the policy draft. I trust that all the speakers have thoroughly reviewed it prior to this discussion. Additionally, David, please be advised that industry stakeholders have been actively engaged in the policy. That is according to Moses. And as I said earlier on, I have also made my own research on some of the communication from the officials. And I see at one point there's publication that they did have public participation in the formative stages, but does that address the complete look of how public participation has to be carried out? I will now welcome Gitwa, and then the next stage will be for us to have a general outlook of the document and engage us effectively. Gitwa.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I don't know whether I'm audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Thank you. Apologies because I'm not in a very environmental friendly environment. So you might hear some noises in the background, but I've been into these conversations for a while, but I feel I need to submit one or two issues here. First of all, I'm thankful for everyone who is on board on this very important conversation that we're having right now. But as someone who is so passionate about conservation and environmental conservation and wildlife conservation in general, I do believe and I feel that there are a lot of challenges that we are facing, and these matters are not. I'll try to put. They are not put in. How do I phrase it right now? And they are not considered in the matters that they are supposed to be. Ask me why. Because I've just seen about this Nairobi tourism policy, public participation on the TL, just because I follow two people here who are on these spaces. Otherwise, I have not heard about it. I didn't hear about it. I've not seen about it anywhere. And one thing that I want to put across is that this public participation is not even public itself. You see, when you want to bring something and you want to have public participation, you have to use media and other modes of broadcast to reach as many people as you can. For me, and what I've seen about these environmental conservation issues and from the government, from the county level, it's like there are people who maybe are in office and they want to do things the way they want to do. But in the end of the day, everyone is affected by whatever is going on. And we have small voices who are maybe in the villages somewhere quite far away, but maybe just because someone is in an office somewhere with a full air condition and they want to see these documents, we are going to put it like this and we want to bring it on board and it shall happen and it's going to be happen like this. If you look right now, even in this space that we are right now, and the issue that we are having and the discussion that we are having, and however critical it is, you can see even the numbers that we are here. I don't know. There's so many people and young people who would like to be on board, but this message have not even gotten to them. I believe we are not serious, and we need to talk truth-free and to be real people, and we need to engage everyone like in the SDG 17, we need to get everyone on board, and we need to even this document, it should be interpreted in languages that people will understand. We as Kenyans, because sometimes even the languages that are there, some of us even don't even understand, and we need to get everyone on board. So we need people will these jargons, they shall be broadcast in the language that people understand most. And we as Kenyans, just allow me to switch kwa sababu sisi ni wa Kenya. ile
I'll
kitu
give you
iko ni
another 30
kwamba,
seconds, please, Gitwa. You already made a very substantial submission on the
thank you, thank
communication.
you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And this is very important and critical. Sisi kama Wakenya, ile kitu inafaa kuwa ni kwamba watu waelezwe kwa lugha ambao wataielewa, unaona, kwa sababu kuna watu wako huko mashinani. Mimi kama mimi ni mwanaharakati wa mazingira, I champion, lakini kuna wale ambao wana maarifa wanasomea. See, we champion and we ask people, what about this? Because we need accountability. Tunahitaji watu tuwaulize tunaweza fanya nini, lakini hizi vitu zinafanywa huko kwa maofisi, baadaye kidogo nasikia hii imepitishwa, lakini baadaye inatu affect sisi sote. Sasa imefika
Okay.
wakati watu waongee.
Gitwa,
Yes.
what you're doing a translation of what you said, so I'll ask you to land at that specific point. You already communicated. Thank you. I will go to the next speaker, who is Wendy. Wendy, welcome to the talk.
Hi, thank you, and thank you, Paula, for posting on your Twitter. That's how I knew about this space. And so I think before I begin, I'll say that I think when I read so many writers like Karen Blixen, Cookie Gallman, and James Fox, and how they write about Nairobi, I'm shocked. Is this the same Nairobi I know? And it's maybe because of how I feel like there is Nairobi 1 and Nairobi B. So certain persons take more ownership of Nairobi than us, the actual Nairobians. And so I think when you talk about tourism, all these aspects are interconnected, and we've commodified a lot of our tourism. So, and while certain things are okay, but like I feel like I'll follow up from Joshua's point. We have such a rich history, such a rich culture, and that's okay if we commodify, like sell Maasai blankets and open museums and teach people about our history. But then when we over commodify our wildlife, we take for granted certain aspects about the interconnections of wildlife. And so I think most of us see wildlife as something to be contained in a park when that's not. And so basically my point was we need to view all these things as interconnected, and for I think there needs to be emphasis that this is something that is ours as Kenyans, and we invite others to enjoy our cultural heritage that is our wildlife as Kenyans. And so when we say sustainable, what is this sustainability? Like birds come out of the park, we could have bird feeders and participate in preserving this cultural heritage that is ours. But basically, my main point was tourism is viewed as something that is foreign and should be for foreign actors, when it's something that is ours, and we should take ownership of and participate in preserving and ensure that our children, future generations, get to enjoy what we have. Thanks.
Mizani, just before you go, Eli, I would like to find out what did probably the Athletics Association of Kenya think when it comes to this policy. For instance, remember Kenya is known as the home of marathons, home of athletics. Did we engage them to find out if Riadha House can be a place where people can stop by to understand how Kenya does its athletics and stuff like that? Do we probably need to look at our sporting culture? Look at places like London. London has many people that visit, or other countries that have sports, especially football, doing very well. And you don't even need to look for numbers. They happen. What you need to do is create the environment. I'd like to know what the sports association said and what was their participation in this, because I think the sports tourism, which is an element that we haven't probably exploited properly. So yeah, Mizani, back to you.
Yeah, that's actually interesting, because we went to the Olympics and people are complaining about the shukas they were wearing, but I guess we were exporting culture, right? At a very affordable price. Let's have Alphonse. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Mizani, and the organizers. I'm Alphonse Juma, a PhD student, and I also work with the Tourism Regulatory Authority. But for today, I'll talk as a private citizen in regards to the debate concerning the policy. Now, and I would wish to put across three things. One is just a question to the county government of Nairobi in regards to the policy. I'm aware that the government, that is the Ministry of Tourism, in partnership with other stakeholders, are currently doing a review of the revised tourism policy. And I believe that the outcome of the policy will also end up affecting the county government policy that is being done by Nairobi county government. So my question is, was it possible for them to wait until the completion of the revised tourism policy before they develop their policy? Because in one way or the other, the outcome will automatically affect their policy. Then number two, because of the confusion we have had in the past regarding the functions of the county government and the national government in regards to the tourism or the functions of the two levels of government. I believe that at some point they were engaged through the COG, through the Intergovernmental Relation Technical Committee, on the issues to do with the delineation of functions of those two levels of government. And I don't know what they picked from that, because you'll find that we've had some functions overlapping between the two levels of government. And I believe that if those functions are carried forward into the main document or the policy that is under review, then at what point they'll also incur additional cost to try and revise the policy. Then on three, there's something that has been picked by, I remember there's a presentation that was done by Judy Gona on the sustainability. And when you look at the policy, to be honest, the policy lack anything on sustainability. Probably the term has just been put there in a cosmetic way, just to suit the aspect of tourism. But when you look at the entire document, there's nothing to do with sustainability. So I think it is in good. I believe it is in good spirit that the members that have attended this honorable meeting have highlighted that sustainability has to feature for this, the sustainability aspect has to feature for the growth and the prosperity of the tourism within Nairobi County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is well noted. All right. Always mute after you finish your submission. It helps to cut on the echoes. I know there are a lot of questions being raised. It would be unfair to allow a bulk of them. So if Bernard, you have any quick responses, we'll give you the opportunity and proceed to the next speakers. Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you. So far, so good, and the conversation is going well. I'm sorry when I was talking in the when you gave me the other chance. I think my comments didn't come completely. So what I have to the observation I have to make is that policy making process is being as we're getting the consensus is nice. It's not just like a one day thing, and basically the document that we are having and the document that is currently under review by us now is still under the development stage, and public participation is that one critical aspect of it. And that is why I was earlier on, I had requested that we be in a position to access basically these recordings so that we don't miss any point that has been raised, so that we ensure that, of course, the inputs from these particular conversations are well captured. And when you asked in the last question whether matters ecotourism has been taken care of, that has been taken care of. And what I was noting is that basically the document that we are reviewing basically is just coming, it's just giving us the general aspects, but into detail, basically we're going to come up with strategies that are going to talk into details and on how specific things are going to be done for every objective of this particular policy. Of course, such are going to come in matters, strategy papers, strategies for every objectives to be to be realized.
Just a second.
So at this
Just a
particular
second.
point, yes, please.
I'll do this because to avoid the echoes. I'm a bit confused with the issue of you saying it is not into detail, but the intervention speaks more than what you're saying, especially on objective number 4, which talks about sustainable tourism. Unless you and I have a different understanding of what you meant by sustainable tourism investment. So is it just the investment aspect, or is it also coming to the environmental and ecological aspect? Maybe if you expound on that, then you can be able to see where we miss the mark. And if not, tell us at what objective do you address the issue of eco. I'll go back to you.
Mizani, let me just to add on to that. Alphonse has raised a very genuine question, which is there is the national tourism policy that is being reviewed, and in his opinion, it will affect what the county government would do. Why wouldn't we wait a little longer for that to be concluded and then we do the policy so that it aligns?
Yeah. Let's allow Bernard. You can unmute. We had muted everyone, so unmute and proceed. Address those two issues.
Thank you. So yes, what Alphonse had raised when it comes to, of course, the national government is working on revising the 2011 policy, and the reason why we couldn't wait longer, and of course, policy is not it's not a permanent document. And we are indicating that this particular policy is going to be reviewed every 3 to 5 years, of course. So it's a document that is going to be reviewed depending on the needs of the county. And again, under the 4th schedule, where the functions of the national government has been well elaborated, and those of the county government has also been well elaborated already. So we've been given a role and the mandate to do all these by the supreme law, that is the Constitution. And when, of course, the national policy comes into place, and you see we've also already borrowed so much from, we've also aligned with already the existing national policy. So at the point of revision, if there is going to be anything that needs to be, realigned, then definitely such is going to be taken into account. Now, going back to matters sustainability, if you go to that is 4.4, where we are looking at sustainable development. And of course, 4.4 talks all about sustainable and innovative tourism and environment. So under sustainable development, one, we have that policy that deals with promotion of sustainable tourism investment, which we've already said that the interventions are really leaning towards the economic aspects. So there's need for us to add more on matters the environmental aspect. And policy objective number 5, that is to enhance destination management for sustainable growth of tourism in the county. And here we have policy interventions of developing Nairobi as a smart tourism destination, establishment of a DMO, developing capacity of course, the leading of that particular DMO, and developing efficient governance, and of course, to develop community-based tourism projects and programs. So the sustainability aspect that we're talking about here is that is we are looking at inclusive society where every other person is involved. And of course, through this, we ensure that matters benefits are shared, that we don't exploit just everything for the generation today, but at least we have something for the future generation. And of course, the community that these particular resources, the communities within, the communities that these particular resources are within also ought to benefit. And that is now the sustainable element that we are looking at. So policy objective number 4, the direction is clear. What we need to add, and of course, as a result of this particular meeting, is that we are going to add more elements of environmental sustainability. And that is why I was requesting that this, with the knowledge that this is part of the policy development process, we are not talking of a policy that has already been developed and we're just looking to meet this requirement of public participation. No, we want the public now to scrutinize this and make sure that all the elements that have been we are talking about matters sustainability, matters development of touristic or other tourism products have captured everything. So what we're going to do, and our request is that you also give us a recording of this so that we incorporate basically the views of everyone. And
yeah, I think Bernard, that's clear. We will do that so that we can actually move ahead. You have to note one thing: people are not just talking about the environment in itself. We are talking the holistic aspect of where this activity called tourism is happening. We are talking about the people you mentioned in your statistics in terms of numbers, who lives where, how are they benefiting directly, how are you sustaining it in such a way that they don't feel you only got money out of this and you left us hung to dry. The issues such as water and what have you. It's quite a number of issues that are being addressed, and you only focused on the economic aspect in this document as of now. But that does not mean it's closed for discussion. I believe that's the common understanding. So in order to engage other speakers, I'll ask you to land at that. And then I would love to hear from tour operators. If you're here and you're a tour operator, we'd love to hear from you. Kindly request the mic. Let us know what you think about the talk. In the meantime, we are looking at the general aspect of this policy and what you find missing and what needs to be addressed. Weston, the mic is yours.
Ella, I think you also request that those who've spoken to allow others, we only have a number of slots, 10 maximum. So we'd request that we allow others to be able to also come to the speak and contribute.
That is noted. We'll do that. So we will also give you an opportunity in case you have some extra you want to add on the talk. We'll give you an opportunity to come back. But for now, I'll empty a few of your speakers and then invite new speakers. But Weston, kindly make your comments. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Mizani. Thank you, Obed, and greetings to all the participants on this forum. What a timely and topical topic. One, my take is that the tourism ministry in Kenya must be scrapped. It must be scrapped. If anything, it be reduced to some desk in some other relevant ministry. Why do I say this? Because I cringe whenever I listen to what people are associated with that ministry say. Whenever I read things written by people under the Kenya Tourism Board, whenever I look at their slogan, this selling point, Magical Kenya, I see people who are completely immersed in racism, that their behavior is reminiscent of those early anthropologists. Like Kenya is such a magical world because of wildlife, wild animals, and game reserves. What about the people of Kenya? Where are they? And the idea of tourism is about some foreign mzungu bringing in some hard cash. It's not about local people. But for local people to participate in tourism and travel across the country, explore nature and wildlife, that's a matter of the economy. The economy must be turned around to empower people to be able to spend money and travel and enjoy themselves. So the government, successive governments, not only this one, is completely oblivious of how tourism as a sector is not about earning income for the country, but about
Weston, just to be clear, you still focusing your laser on Nairobi County, right?
yes,
Or generally?
yes, it's Nairobi County as a microcosm of tourism generally. Because what happens in Nairobi will also happen in Samburu or Laikipia or Narok. The same government, same ministry, same tourism board, same people, same thinking. That's why I cringe. I cringe, Mizani, frankly speaking. And I couldn't have had a better opportunity to raise these issues about, for instance, during the COVID-19 lockdown, the Minister of Tourism was receiving visitors from abroad while Kenyans were locked up in their homes. Like, you cringe when you see those things, eh? That this country doesn't belong to Kenyans, it belongs to some other people. And those are the people who've got money. You know, as long as you've got money, you're bringing money here, so that even in school, you listen to students telling you, you know, that road is not good because it must be good for tourists. The airport is leaking because the tourists will not like it. Our visitors will be embarrassed. What about us? Don't we deserve good roads? Mustn't the airport be up to scratch because it is our facility, we're the ones who use it? But it's the thinking that has been inculcated in Kenyans over the years, that things, you don't deserve good things. It's only foreigners and visitors who deserve good things. You don't know anything about tourism. Tourism is a preserve of foreigners, it's a preserve of Muzungu. Hence, you see these clashes in Laikipia, in Samburu, in Narok, between the local people and those people who are taking charge of those conservancies, about land grabs and all sorts of injustices, to the extent that people can come to Kenya and commit atrocities, and even the judiciary will let them walk because those were tourists. If we try them and we lock them up, we're going to scare tourists from this country. And government officials say these things and you cringe. Mizani, you cringe. What's going on? So I suggest, that's my suggestion. You just scrap the Ministry of Tourism, reduce it to a desk until we are authentic, because tourism is about authenticity. You walk around cities in other parts of the world, even cuisines along the streets, you know, cooking food, that's part of tourism. That's what attracts people. It's not just about wild animals, but a president of Kenya, a governor, politicians, ministers, even when visitors come, attending these high-level UN summits, or it could be even on climate change, you just out of the blue, some government official telling visitors, you are free to visit our game parks and watch our wild. My goodness, who says that? Who says that? I mean, because we don't appreciate where we're coming from, honestly speaking. And these people are in very strategic positions in government. They are leading, making decisions, making policies, and they make policies that hurt the people of Kenya, that propagate impoverishment, as opposed to empowering people of Kenya, that center wild animals, nature, as opposed to the people of Kenya. And they're talking about development. What development? So when you look at it, you realize, no, tourism, from the way this government people look at it, it really doesn't really accrue anything to the people of Kenya, other than just debasing them and dehumanizing them. So I think we need a paradigm shift in the way we think about and around tourism, in the way we think the relationship between Kenyan people and the white people, to be precise. Because even in those game parks, there are Kenyans who are complained online. They go there, they're racially profiled. You don't belong here. What are you looking for here? They write those things. The government doesn't say anything about that because those people have got money. You don't have money. You don't have to go there. Mizani,
All
frankly
right.
speaking, I'm disturbed. And these
I
things
get
must be
you.
raised.
I get you.
Yes.
And the profiling aspect, in fact, when you visit some hotels, game parks, and what have you, you will experience it if you are the like of my skin. But does that in itself say we have to completely forget about tourism? I think, Anastasia, it's only fair you respond to some of these very heavy concerns, because we are looking at economy at the expense of the people and dehumanizing the Kenyan person. How do you intend to resolve this idea that Kenyans are lesser of human beings when we inculcate tourism into our money-making scheme? Anastasia.
Thank you, Ali and Obed. And yes, I've been listening and to the input and feedback, very valuable input. We will definitely update the policy to incorporate this. I'm convinced that for sustainability, we should not only talk about the economy. It's sustainability across the board, irrespective, and more so because we have a 5-year election cycle. So whatever we develop must equip the technocrats to be able to exercise whatever it takes to ensure we have sustainable tourism irrespective of the election cycles. I think that's one of the things also the policies is supposed to cure, because we realize that with every election cycle, every leader has their own perspective on what tourism looks like, and they also have prioritization is very different. We're very privileged at the moment that we have a subsector that looks nothing else than tourism. Before, it was hidden somewhere in trade and cooperatives. I'm sure if you look at the other counties as well, you see how it's structured, but it's a high time that we brought that out. Now, when we look at the policy, it should give us a very clear roadmap, as Nahashan has said, to be able to come up with the legislations that work, to be able to come up with strategies, 5-year, 10-year strategy for tourism in Nairobi, for Nairobi City County, and of course, looking at the other counties, there's a couple of counties that are ahead of us in terms of legislating tourism, and I believe they're doing extremely much better than we are. Yet we have a bigger opportunity, if I may say that. Yes, we must move beyond, and this is something that also the team led by Susan has realized, that we are only focusing, or tourism in Kenya only focuses on wildlife. Tourism is not about wildlife. It's much more than that. We've talked about so much more in this, including the what do you call it, the slum tourism. We have, and we have all those things. I would also like to point out that currently we are actually doing an asset mapping sponsored by UNESCO, where we're looking at these tourist attractions and the ones that needs to be gazetted and the ones that will feed into our marketing strategy. We're also working on the marketing strategy, which I'll also be inviting you to come. My biggest challenge, and this is what, but before I go into the challenge, is I've also had the feedback on the awareness, customer service, and the reaction therein. Fortunately, customer service is under one of my portfolio areas, so I will definitely deal with that. I have no excuse whatsoever. It's easy to deal because it's in my control. But the biggest challenge we will face, and it's not only us, but usually government, is the opportunity, because I can tell you for a fact, we have reached out to all the umbrella organizations and they were represented in the process of developing this draft. Granted, it is not the final document. How do we ensure that the umbrella organizations, do actually represent the stakeholders? If it's Kato, if it is Kata, if it is Kenya Tourism Federation, they were all on board. But granted, we have definitely not reached everybody. My plea to you as Bizani and the other stakeholders is that how do we, in the next step, once we do our public participation tomorrow, we will provide the updated version of the policy. By the way, the policy cannot go anywhere until it is approved by the county executive, and I'm the one to present it to the county executive. But by the time I do that, I really need to want to ensure that there's a great deal of satisfaction in what goes into this, because it's it's what is going to give us direction for the next couple of years. And we want, by the time our 5-year term is over, which is just 3 years down the line, the team that is left is able to execute beyond the next 10 years. So that is my plea to you guys. Give us your feedback. I know we're going to get the written as well as the audio. We will get some additional feedback tomorrow. We will definitely get you back the document after that. Sustainability, we will remove the economic part because it must be sustainability across all the aspects. Once we give it back to you, please, if you can organize something, now you can give, or you can just give us written feedback so that we can finalize the document. For me, that's how I see it. So that at the end of the day, we're looking at a policy that drives the aspirations of the residents of Nairobi, that maximizes the potential of Nairobi, because it is highly underutilized. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that that can be done and will be done. And the opportunity is now. So Obeds and team, my plea, customer service, our fix, but on the other side, give us an opportunity also to give us written feedback and recommendations so that we can finalize the document. We'll definitely not rush it, but at the same time, we really want you guys to give us feedback at the earliest opportunity so that we can actually go to the next step of legislation. And
Anastasia, I promise you, as Mizani, we will ensure that we give you a written document. We shall do that in the shortest time, as I think probably maximum 10 days you'll be able to get your document. Well documented and properly captured in terms of what people have suggested. The audio, in terms of listening to it again, you can always come back to the space and go to that particular link, and you'll be able to have it. And we can also record it, you remove it and share it separately. So
that's okay.
Maybe that will be taken care of.
One more.
Yeah.
Okay, one more. The legislation on unbundling of functions, it was mentioned. We are highly engaged. We are waiting for COG to give us, the national government to give us a final gazette notice that clarifies, and that should be done within the course of this calendar year. So we are tracking that as well. And we're working very closely with COG on terms of what is our mandate as we develop this policy, just to give you reassurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Eli.
Yeah, that's well noted, Anastasia. Thank you for the commitment. Now, I'm gonna go to I think Susan, your team
Mizani.
just spoke. Yes, who is
Mizani.
there? Yes, Weston.
Could the speaker just shed light on what they mean by slum tourism? I've heard that concept.
It's interesting you've asked the question I was about to ask, because when I hear about slum tourism, I'm imagining people visiting slums. So maybe, Anastasia, I know it's within your docket and your team. Do you mind clarifying what it entails, slum tourism?
Allow me to throw it back. I think it was Paula or someone who actually mentioned it, but Susan or Grace, if you could just elaborate. I do not want to take it away from the technocrats.
All right, Susan, the mic is yours. Kindly elaborate for us. It's your first time to speak, so you can introduce and proceed to the specific question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mizani 2254, and all the tourism stakeholders involved. First, apologies, I had some few issues with technology, and I'm so excited because of the participation of all the stakeholders, because this underscores the importance of this endeavor, and also it reflects on the dedication that all the stakeholders have towards shaping the future and the landscape of tourism in our beloved county or city of Nairobi. And just before I just talk about the slum tourism, I want to mention that this policy, it is actually it is for the Nairobians. It is because we are looking at having a robust forward-thinking policy that will inform how tourism development can be done in Nairobi. And we've really gotten very, very good contributions from all the stakeholders. And like Dr. Nyalita has just mentioned, we've taken everything into account, and we have actually consulted, but not everyone has been consulted. Probably we have been going mainly through the umbrella bodies of the tourism industry. But everything, especially all the submissions that have been made today through Mizani, you can be assured that they will be taken into contest, appreciated. So Slam tourism, actually, it is we were defining all these have been coming through the submission that have been made by stakeholders, and how we are looking at the positive aspect of different forms of tourism. Because we have actually, if you look at that document clearly, we have looked at the sports tourism, we have looked at cultural tourism, heritage tourism, we have looked at medical, and the slum tourism actually comes under the city tours. We have different tours of the city. We have actually circuits about stories of different, even we have Eastland, not just different slums, or probably the word slums, that is what can be changed, but it was also submission. So what we can do, we can change the word slums, but we have different tours that you can go and understand.
Sorry to interject. There is no need to, to remove the word slum, because it's a slum. As a matter of fact, it exists. The point is to elaborate and clarify that, we are doing this for this particular purpose. Is it to show that we have slums, or to show the positive side of the cultural element of it? And the other thing I did ask is, what did the sports organizations say? Because I think as much we talk about sports tourism, did we consult the federations and the organizations in sports, and what was their feedback on that?
Okay, from sports to sports, we had our sports sector represented in this development of this policy. And I know there is actually a sports, actually there is an athletic museum that is in our, it is in our database, and actually we've been speaking about it. We did not really get someone from that Athletic Kenya, but we had our sports sector represented in the development of this policy.
Who is the sports sector? Because Susan, we want specific answers.
Okay, Susan, maybe I can help you. Obeds and team, definitely there's a gap there, because this is internal consultation. The sports sector is internal to NCCG. So our next step after tomorrow will be now to reach out to the sectors that you're going to recommend that may have been missed, including the sports sector. I think that was an omission, it is an omission on our part, because we only consulted internally from a sports perspective. We were focusing more on the stakeholders in the tourism industry. Yeah.
If the host can allow me to speak on this stakeholder thing.
Just a second, Joshua, I'll come to you. Because there's a question that hasn't been completely answered on the issue of slum tourism. And reason being, we do not know what it means. It's important for us to understand what slum tourism means, and then we can define it if it's an objective that the policy should capture, or if we should tell the Nairobi City County, stop lying to us about eradicating slums, because that is not what you're doing.
I think I can actually also help to answer that question, because I've been a practitioner in the past in the tourism industry, and what happened is that it's the slum tourism with the tourist is mainly comes out of curiosity. That is one. Then number two, it also comes in as a component of supporting the slum dwellers. There is something actually you need to understand, that if you visit the NGO office or something, you'll find a lot of small NGOs, small foundations that are focusing on supporting livelihood within the slum, or uplifting the livelihood of the people in the slum. So the slum tourism is mainly where you have tourists who are really keen on trying to understand how do people live in the slums. So they're interested on that component. But then in the process of experiencing that slum environment, they go back, and then some of them have come up with like foundation whereby they channel money to specific small tour operators. There are tour operators who thrives actually on slum tourism, whereby they form a foundation whereby they are working with people who are living within the slums, and they have those small projects that are supporting that. So for me, that is how I understand tourism, because I've had scenarios whereby you have people asking, "Oh, I would like to visit slums," and the most visited slum is Kibera. You rarely hear slums being visited like Madare. It's mainly Kibera, Madare, and there's another slums. There's another slum called, is it Korogocho? Those three are the main highly visited slums by tourists. But these are not high-end tourists. They are not high-end tourists. They are more or less adventurous tourists who are visiting. The high-end tourism comes in when they have this feeling of the philanthropic approach of supporting tourism on that perspective. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But that's
Obed, could I jump in for a second?
Sure, Paula, proceed. And thank you, Joshua.
Yeah, I'm the one who raised the issue of slum tourism because it's something that we see quite a lot. Even if you Google it, you'll see that it's actually one of the attractions of the city of Nairobi, which seems weird for some of us that somebody would want to go into a slum. It's not just driven by tourists who have maybe curiosity or interest or they've heard about it, but it's also driven by people who live in those informal settlements because they are looking for opportunities to also engage in the tourism benefits from tourism. So this is why I feel like these are the kind of stakeholders who could have been and should have been involved in the development of this policy. Because if you look at a country like South Africa, you land at the airport there, Oliver Tambo, and you will be able to buy a tour and go to Soweto. But it's not the Soweto that you've seen in pictures of, severe poverty and everything. They've created a very cleaned up section of Soweto where you go, you'll go to Mandela's house, so it's a similar thing. You go, you'll eat street food and that kind of thing. So it's a little bit of a cultural tour for visitors to feel they are somehow really engaged in other countries. If you go to Rwanda as well, you might have a tour to a village. If you go to China, if you're in Beijing, you can go on a hutong tour. You can get on a bicycle and ride into the hutongs. The hutongs are the informal settlements within the modern city. You still have these very old, ancient, traditional and very poor settlements. And you can drive in there on a bicycle and you can buy food. But it's very, very controlled by the government. If you try to go down a street, which may be more authentic, they will stop you. There will literally be somebody there to stop you. And they've put policies in place where if you go to a place which you're not permitted to go as a tourist, the owner of that place will be fined heavily or even jailed. So the reason why I brought it up is because I think that there are certain aspects of innovative tourism that could and should be brought up in the policy for Nairobi. It should be open to these innovative, or let me say, considering some of the innovative opportunities, whether it's cycling, whether it's going into the informal settlements, or any other, crazy, wild ideas. I feel like so long as the policy development was done by a group of known stakeholders, then the county missed the opportunity to hear from those creative, wild ideas, out of the box thinking of Kenyans who are from different sectors who may not be in the traditional tourism thing. As was mentioned earlier, tourism has been very much targeting international tourists and not and a very typical type of international tourist who comes for safari. So that was why I brought that up.
All right. Thank you, Paula. Before I just go back to Obed's interesting aspect there. And that also brings to question, when we talk about policy and the synergy of policies between the national government, the county governments, we are looking at enhancing the slum tourism. But in the meantime, the national government is looking at a robust plan to eradicate slums and come up with what they perceive to be affordable housing and making sure that they uplift the lives of those ones at the low of the cadre. I know it has been a debate on the levy around it, but the point here being that there is a mismatch of policy when we have one pursuing tourism, rather slums as tourism, and then we have the national government that thinks they need to do away with, and that's on paper, they need to do away with slums. So something and subject to conversation. I will now invite Ole Kinsey. He's been waiting, followed by Cecilia and then Annalise Stella. Thank you.
Mizani, before they go, can I make a rejoinder?
I am afraid not.
Just
But I'll give you a minute, a quick minute.
Oh, thank you. A minute is enough. Mizani, I think listening to the speakers, they just vindicate my fears that slum tourism is about reducing people to a spectacle. It's not about what they think. And when you juxtapose what they call slum tourism in Nairobi and a bus tour to Soweto, they are taking you down memory lane, the history that location played in the struggle against apartheid, where the icons of apartheid stayed. What is the culture of Soweto? Food and what? It's not, you don't stare at people. In Kenya, they want tourists to stare at people. I think it's the dehumanization, the debasement that I say tourism in Kenya is soaked in. That concept of slum tourism in a normal society will be very problematic. And no government agents will run with it and even try to justify it because it's unjustifiable. You're asking a valid question. So, what is the end game of slum eradication? There will be no point to eradicate slums and empower people and dignify people if other people are making money out of the indignity and the sleaze in slums. There will be no reason to do that. There's a contradiction in terms. A government talking about housing, talking about sanitation, talking about potable water, flush toilets, and at the same time, encouraging visitors to go and ogle, the word is ogle, to go and gaze at human beings. Pretty much like Sarah Batman, the South African woman who was taken to Europe and people were ogling at her because she had some prominent backside. We can't be doing that in this day and age, fellow compatriots. Thank you.
Thanks, Weston. That's a very interesting one. So we have.
Let's get closer to your mic.
We have Ole Kinsey.
Maybe
Yes,
I should just add, I don't think anyone is advocating for slum tourism. We're just saying it exists. It exists for whatever reasons. Nobody's saying it's right or it's wrong. But what my point is that people from the lower income sectors of Nairobi are not engaged in the tourism conversations, and that was the point why I raised it. Is how do we bring more equity and more fair participation of all the residents of Nairobi into this conversation of the policy, and then of course the actual tourism benefits.
Thank you, Paula. Let's see if it is.
May
Maybe
I
Rupi,
interrupt
if you
as
can
well?
just wait for a second, if you don't mind. I have too many mics on and it's causing a lot of problems. I understand that that's a very thorny issue. Obed, can you hear us?
I can hear you. We should allow Ole Kinsey. He's really been patient. Then we go to Cecilia and then Stella. Then we'll cycle back to Rupi.
That works. Kindly be patient here.
Actually, after Stella, I go to Leonard, then to Rupi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mizani, Obed, and Paula for the invite, and also all the listeners for the conversations that we are having. It's a conversation in the direction. To start with, I'm Kinsey Keiza or Ole Kinsey. I'm a professional in the field of tourism, both in training and research. Listening to all the speakers, I happen to have a chance to be part and parcel of the stakeholders meeting that took place when this Nairobi tourism policy was being drafted. And I gave my contributions at that point. But going forward and also at this juncture, I also like to at least echo more of what the speakers have said and what I wanted to even clarify. Most of the issues in terms of policy, not only in within Nairobi County and not only in terms of tourism policy, all policies need to be all-inclusive and have a multi-sectoral approach in it. And that's why you listen to a lot of speakers saying that why did we not have this section of people being part and parcel of the draft?
Why didn't we consider maybe the slum people in terms of what they can contribute toward this policy? It boils back to all of us encompassing an aspect of all inclusiveness, all the people, all the stakeholders. When we have all the stakeholders, I believe we can have an all-inclusive policy. And that's why I appreciate this meeting, because I believe public participation is a continuous process. And where we get a mismatch, where we get a gap, like at the moment, we have seen a lot of gaps that are coming up in terms of leaving out some of the key stakeholders that could have contributed to making this policy become a robust policy. So I appreciate for the contributions, and I hope the people concerned can be able to note the gaps and now going forward, because I believe you still have some chance to have another stage of public participation. So those ones who are missing in terms of the early participations, they can be able to come on board and bring their submissions to make the Nairobi tourism policy become a robust policy. That one said and done. My questions were two, but one was asked by Alphonse in terms of this Nairobi tourism policy is borrowing from the National Revised Tourism Policy. And when you look at most of the objectives, they are being derived from the main policy for the national government. However, currently there is a review of the National Revised Tourism Policy. So the integration part is what I'm fearing, because we can go ahead, have this policy, then after it has been enacted by the Nairobi County government, then we have a reviewed national policy. How then can it be able to be integrated? That's one. And the other one was in terms of the policy to some extent, normally on paper, it's normally okay. And to some extent, it can always answer 90% of the tourism issues that we desire to have. However, when it reaches to implementation, or rather actualizing the specifics, like looking at an objective like extending visitor stays, that is a very good objective. But now in terms of actualizing it, we are having visitors who are coming to Kenya, and perhaps they will just stay in Nairobi over a night and maybe consume one or two attractions, maybe the Nairobi National Park only. And most of the time, they will always spend in other places. How can we be able, can the policy have specifics in terms of how can we be able to make sure that we extend visitor stays? How can we be able, we are looking at ensuring that we have a broad spectrum of visitors. Nairobi currently, when we were introducing the policy, it has a population of over 4.8 million. Ask yourself, within a month, within a quarter of an year, within a year or annually, how many visitors domestically visit? As much as we have the objectives, how can we have the specifics? If you want to boost domestic tourism, what numbers do we have in terms of the population? How can we be able to make sure that this population, we translate it into visitor numbers within our attractions within Nairobi County? And the policy should be very clear in terms of putting the specifics. I know the policy is normally broader. The specifics will come in terms of implementation. So my only worry is having a good policy on paper, then in terms of now enacting it, in terms of implementing it, it becomes an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Lekinsey. Yeah, you were starting to go on the loop because you'd already said that. Thank you very much. And I think what we also need to appreciate is that mostly Nairobi is more of a transit point, because Kenya has been sold more of a safari destination. And so people come into Nairobi, they have a night and they go to the other circuits, then come back for another night in Nairobi before they go, or to go back to their country, or even probably not even stay for that night on their way out. They just come straight to the airport and go. Cecilia, you have an opportunity to make your contribution. Cecilia Ongari, can you hear us? Stella, if Cecilia cannot hear us, please feel free to make your contribution. Then we come back to Leonard.
Thanks, Obed and Eli. I'm glad to have this opportunity to also give my comments or submissions. So I do agree with all the submissions that have been made. And what I'd like to say, or what I'd love to see in the policy, are the success measures. So for me, I agree with the objectives. I think they have been outlined very well. I'm also okay with the implementation framework, but what I feel the document is missing is the issue of success measures or success metrics, what many people in the corporate world call KPIs. So with the 5 or 2 years that we are looking at, I didn't quite catch what amount of time we're looking at before the revision or the revision of the policy. So before then, within the 5 or 2 years that we are looking at, what are we looking to achieve with this particular policy? So from where I sit, I think the policy is an open check because it does not necessarily indicate the outcomes. And most times, or more often than not, I think this is a way of evading accountability. Because at the end of the 5 years, we will not have a reference point to ask. You said this is what you will achieve. You said this, for instance, there's one particular issue on, I think, something on, where is it? Let me get it. Something on establishing tourist information centers at key arrival points. So for that particular objective, how many centers are we talking about? So that at the end of the 5 years, we will come back to the reference point. You said you're going to establish 5 tourist information centers at key arrival points, but you've only done 1, or you've done 4, or you've done the 5 of them. So for me, I think that that's a key point that I'd love to see with the policy. And I think this will help determine whether the policy is achieving its intended outcome and also provide a basis for evaluation and improvement once we are there. So when I see that, and when all the challenges, because many people here or many speakers have mentioned many real challenges that we have. I've had Paula mention some of them. I've also had Rupi mention a few. So what exactly or what objective in this policy is addressing the real challenges that are affecting or deterring the improvement of tourism in Nairobi County? So for me, I'm heavy on the KPIs. We want to see the success measures so that we will have a reference point when we come back to review the policy after 5 or 2 years. Thanks, Mizani and Obed.
Thank you so much, Stella. That was very, very good. And I hope the county team is noting that. Then they can respond if they have to. Cecilia, you say you've sorted out your mic. I give you the opportunity to speak, and then we go to Leonard. Cecilia, please unmute and then speak. Okay, Leonard, you have an opportunity to speak. Stella is still trying to sort out our mic.
Thank you all very much. It's quite an interesting and robust debate. I'd like to steer away from the policy itself.
Leonard, your mic is quite low.
Is that better?
I'm suspecting you're using a headset, or probably you are on Bluetooth. So what you can do is drop off and then rejoin without the headsets. That works out better. So kindly do that. Otherwise, the other listeners cannot hear you at all. Obed, let's follow the queue as we fix Leonard.
Great. So I think Cecilia is still on request. Allow her to come on board, come to the mic. Meanwhile, Gladys Kangede, please make your contribution.
Hello, everyone.
Obed, are you there? I can hardly hear you. Can we proceed to the next speaker? Maybe Gladys is here with us.
Gladys, I've asked Gladys to speak. Then we have sort out Cecilia. Gladys, please feel free to contribute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for the great contribution for our great city. I think mine was mentioned by the last speaker, which was mainly the issue of KPIs, and just to see the milestones that we are looking to to monitor. But the other thing I felt, I think in terms of the public participation would be including the PWDs. I don't think I saw it very clearly. And I thought even when it comes even to the public participation tomorrow, and when it comes to even, I think someone earlier had mentioned, like, you make sure that the communication is done in the languages of the people, all the people. So I think one of the things we should consider, especially for government when they are doing public participation, is that to make sure that we are including the people, the other able people, so that because they are part of the tourists who come, whether locally or internationally, and even when it comes to the policy in terms of this.
Ella, is it me or can't hear Gladys at all?
We lost Gladys. I
But
don't know
she
what
raises
we can do. We really want to
but she
manage this
raises
because
a
we like
very
to.
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
She raises a very, very good concern, especially on PWDs, and at the same time, actually, the county government should they have a regulation that requires that people consider in their buildings, which I think is something that is there, and even to allow and create a way of people with who are differently abled to be able to access even buses and because I think we have a problem. I've seen some places they have buses that allow people who have wheelchairs in a way that they can comfortably get in and sit somewhere that's properly allocated. But I think she raises a very good concern. So while we wait for her to come back, oh, Gladys, I see. Was it Gladys? Yes, I see you're back.
Yes.
Please continue. Yeah.
Yes. I think basically I was done. That was my main concern, the issue of the other able. I feel that if we are talking about being a sustainable city and being a smart city, I think that is something that we must consider, how we treat our other able people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. Thank you. So I go to Leonard. We didn't get Leonard up here. Marabu Stock, you have an opportunity to contribute.
Am I coming through?
Yeah.
So thank you for the engagement. And let me start by saying that it's sometimes when we see government people set up policies, we just know that they want to take money out of the normal common mwananchi. So let me ask, what are the costs for the normal person on this policy? Because I'm seeing you want to set up some various forms of management issues when it comes to tourism in Nairobi. So is this cost going to trickle down to the normal person in the streets? Because the last time I took part in public participation,
We lost Marabu?
Yes, Obet,
Did we lose
we
Marabu?
lost Marabu. I beseech you, we move as quick as possible. Once they're sorted out, they can rejoin as always, because we still have a number of questions that have to be addressed. Susan is here. We might give her another opportunity to contribute. But let's also look at the people who are setting their comments in the chat section. I don't know if there's anything new yet, Obet, but I believe we have Karen Langata districts who say, use neighborhood association in Nairobi to publicize such policies to the residents of Nairobi. Work to have a database of neighborhood association who will share information. It will help you with sharing information for public participation. And that is a message to Nyalita, Dr. Nyalita with Patrick, who are concerned about the policy and the communication aspect of it. Thank you for that, Karen Langata District Association. Do you want us to proceed to the next speaker if they're ready, Obed?
I actually want to ask the county team to, meanwhile, as we wait for, because I think Marabu hasn't come back. We are looking at the county tourism board. I would I'm curious to understand what will be its composition and how are we looking at the funding uh, of this. Who are the people who will be part of this county tourism board? I think it's important for us to get a clarity on that, and essentially what will be its terms of reference and engagement.
Susan, do you want to take that question?
So, Susan, probably.
Thank you very much. I think first there is someone, before I get to the County Public Service Board question that has just been asked, there is someone who has asked about the KPIs and also the implementational matrix. What I want to respond, or probably, is that people, especially tomorrow, we will have adequate time because what has been presented here, it is actually a 24-page document, but the document is huge. So tomorrow we'll have adequate time to look into everything, especially the implementational matrix, whereby we have a lot of actually looked at the KPIs and how we are going to measure the entire process of implementing the policy. Something else, you asked about the board. Oh, no, let me, PWDs. The inclusion. Inclusion is a key, it's one of our key aspects. We've talked about so much of inclusion, but we really appreciate for this submission. And but we have really taken care of that. Actually, tomorrow, you've mentioned tomorrow we need to ensure that people have been taken care of, especially people who are coming with PWD. We have actually someone assigned language interpreter, and also we'll also try to ensure even the languages that we are going to communicate, every person please get to understand. But we really appreciate for today at least, but I think everyone has been able to really communicate and also understand what has been discussed in today's process. So the County Public Service Board, we have mentioned it in the policy, and we really appreciate all the concerns and about the board. But I think the very good thing about this board is that it will have a lot of, actually, we are going to develop a legislation for it. And we are going to really, we are going to involve a lot of, we are going actually to do a lot of stakeholders participation and engage widely. And the other good thing about this board is that it will not just be run by Nairobi County. We are going to invite key stakeholders in different sectors to see it, and also we will be doing monthly review just to ensure that what will be, especially the marketing aspect, because that is the key thing, the marketing, the promotion, because when we were starting the process, because this process we started by collecting views, we realized so many gaps. And the biggest gap, or the biggest challenge, was the untapped tourism potential in Nairobi. So this team, because now we'll have the likes of the conservation, the wildlife, we'll have a cultural expert, we'll have every different players, tourism players represented. You can be sure this will really help at least make Nairobi a vibrant destination, and also add into the tourism offering, and also ensure that we have a good experience for our tourists, both international and domestic travelers.
Is there a stake for the youth in this?
Yes, there is, definitely. It has to be there. We are going to, this one is we are going to do a legislation that we will engage extensively. So there we will definitely have the youth, we will have the PWDs, and because it will be a very inclusive board. That is actually it's a special purpose vehicle. We have also, I remember in the document we have also put either a council or a board. So those are our that is what we are going to do, either a tourism council or a tourism board. But this will be based on the stakeholders engagement that we are going to do. And also, it is also for actually, we are running two documents. There is also something that Dr. Nyalita has mentioned. We're also working on our marketing strategy. And the marketing strategy will also form part of the implementation of these key documents. So we'll also be coming back to you very soon because it's happening in this month also, collecting views and coming. We'll be doing a lot of stakeholders engagement because Nairobi has to become that premier destination that we all want to. Instead of someone, there's someone who has said that Nairobi is a transit destination. It has just been a transit point for people coming from the airport, going to Mara, others going to Mombasa. That is what we want to change. Nairobi has so much, it has so much potential. And there is a paradigm shift. I can assure you that we are going to make Nairobi at least a global world-class city with this policy. This is just a beginning because there are so many other things that will come from this policy. And again, we'll be reviewing it.
So, Susan.
Thank you, Susan. That's enough, Mizani.
Okay, so this is my question to the room, and this generally will involve the county team. We have seen instances that cities that are developing touristic attractions, of course, they will go into nightlife, food, culture, what have you. And nightlife cannot be separated from what a lot of young people, especially who are going into a city, want to see. So my question, therefore, is in relationship to the operations of such businesses and premises. What is your general view in terms of licensing and ease of doing business? Is there any gap you've identified and this policy is going to address? If so, could you kindly share with us before I can have my next question? Maybe you'll answer it with the policy. Susan and Anastasia, that is your question.
I'd like to add to that as well. Sorry, Mizani. In some other countries, we know like there's a red light district, and when you go there, people find you there. They know why you're there. In Thailand, we know a similar situation where you go to a certain space and people know what you're looking for in specific areas. Are we looking at doing such a thing where we also the kind of licensing that we allow would be able to support such activities, because tourists come in for different reasons. Some come to sample culture, some come to sample whatever other engagements. Are we looking at such a scenario?
Yeah, well, this is Dr. Anita. So a couple of things. The first one is, as I mentioned earlier, we are working on the marketing Nairobi strategy. And we have a strong reference to the, a case study on marketing New York by, Harvard School as a reference, as a beginning. We have a team that has been working on a draft document, which will now also be presented to stakeholders. So in terms of marketing Nairobi and the different pieces and pillars, that is work in progress. Number two, also, we will, Nairobi has also been zoned up in places where you have, you can put bars and where you cannot put. So again, as part of the county strategy, but more important for us is working with the stakeholders to ensure that we activate the different streams, whether it's nightlife, whether it's the city tours, and the other aspects that have been identified. And this is all lumped up in the marketing Nairobi strategy, because at the end of the day, the strategy is important also to inform the KPIs that someone was mentioning, so
Anastasia,
that can
pardon
be
me.
evaluated.
If you can, there is a serious interruption on your mic. I think something is rubbing against your set. So if you can use handset free, that will work for us better.
Okay, just 1 minute. I think it's just 1 minute. Let me see if
that is
does this
perfect.
work? Okay, I think it was by earphones. Yeah. So I was saying two things just quickly. One, the marketing Nairobi strategy is what is going to define the different pieces, and in that we're also looking at all the sector players, including aspects of the airport, security, and many other things that affect the experience of a tourist when they arrive in Nairobi. So that's one. And also the strategy should address the issue of the KPIs, because the evaluation should be based on the strategy rather than the policy, because the policy gives a direction upon which the other aspects are anchored. And the question of ease of doing business, that is also a consideration under the marketing strategy, or marketing Nairobi strategy. And again, I will request that when this is brought up for stakeholder engagement, which will be done in a month or less, it would be a nice place also to look at that. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that we are not working on the various aspects as we speak. We are doing a lot, and I think a lot of communication needs to go behind this. I'll also want to confirm that, of course, we are limited in resources in terms of our ability to communicate, but also our ability to execute 100%, and hence the need for the policy and the legislations to ensure that the appropriate mechanisms for resourcing are in place. So that's what I would say. So in terms of ease of doing business, yes, we're sensitive to that, but the strategy should also address as far as from a tourism experience is concerned. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but Susan, if you have some additions, you can add.
Susan, anything in particular before we can give extra follow-up questions? I guess that's a no. So, Anastasia, looking at what you've said in terms of the strategic approach to ensure that tourism picks up, especially for Nairobi, I am not conversant with the licensing process and procedures, especially for tour operators, eateries, and what have you. Do you think it is important to consider peak and off-peak licensing such that people operating in the wee hours of the night find it easier and affordable to run business, and by so doing, they can contribute by taxes back to the city instead of having a license of the same rating in the day and the same rating in the night? I talk of this because of some countries have been able to go through, and this is a common practice for off-peak businesses. What is the current situation in the country, if you have any knowledge of the same?
So currently we have a universal license. So there's a role that tourism regulatory authority plays, and there's a role as a county play from a trade license. Now, again, this is where we come in as a government, but also you stakeholders come in to actually map out that, because we have not developed to a level where you can differentiate between the person who is doing a night, an off peak, and the person who is doing peak, whatever. What we've done is, of course, in terms of nightclubs, the demarcation has been done, and that is work in progress in terms of where you can put up a nightclub, where you cannot put up a nightclub. So that's been run by the trade team. But in terms of the different types of licenses, depending on whether it's off-peak or not, that we are not there yet. And this is something that we can propose so that it goes into the legislation. And after the legislation, the finance bill. Once it's in the finance bill and it becomes an act for the county, then it is easy to implement. So it's a process that we can follow. And it's a stakeholder recommendations that can be put through for consideration, especially in the next finance bill, which will be done next in this year's finance cycle, and due by when is it? I think it's usually it's published in June of the following year. So yeah.
Thank you very much. My last question to you will be, assuming I'm new to Kenya, it's my first time to travel to Kenya, take me through the intrigues of Nairobi so that I will have an exceptional experience as a tourist. Or I'm coming from the village. Growing up, I knew there is this hotel, the Hilton Hotel building was one of the favorite, attractions. And then we had the Kenyatta International Convention Center, which was KICC, then Kenyatta International Conference Center. And anytime you came to the city, those are landmarks that one would have to identify with if you have no direction. Of course, not forgetting Ambassador. So as a newcomer to the city, take me through and say, I am selling you Nairobi. Anastasia.
Yeah, thank you. I will just answer by saying that this is the need and the urgency for marketing Nairobi strategy. So we've identified that communication gap. we have to have a strategy. Susan can give you the details because she's
Susan,
actually,
mute your mic.
yeah. So I think she wanted to speak because that is her current. Susan, you can mute for the moment. Yeah, Susan that's her current like KPI. She must deliver this before in the next 2-3 months. But we need you guys to contribute to that. So essentially, that's a gap, but a gap especially because of communication. And from a strategic approach. So Susan, maybe you can quickly do that. But I don't know whether you want to be taken through that or we actually sit and discuss a strategy.
No, what I'm saying is people tuned here are thinking you're coming up with a policy. Rather, they are seeing you're coming up with a policy. But some of them are quite new to the city, and including Kenyans. Don't assume every Kenyan has been to Nairobi. So what are these things you'll say we are putting out for you guys to come and visit, experience the tranquility and the hustle and bustle of Nairobi? Maybe Susan can come into that part.
Yeah, Susan will do it. Susan, that's her lead role.
Thank you very much. You've told me to assume to sell Nairobi. I'll sell Nairobi in a second, and then I'll also tell you what we are doing in regards to that. Welcome to Nairobi. Nairobi is a safari. Actually, Nairobi, we call it the safari capital of the world because we are the only city in the world that has a national park within its boundary. It is the gateway to East and Central Africa, the leading business travel destination in Africa. This is the city that seamlessly blends modernity with the wonders of nature. A city full of contrasts. It's old enough that you can feel its past and multi-ethnic enough that you can delight in the beauty of diverse culture, vibrant culture, and one culture that really stands out, that is the Nairobi culture. Where flamboyant matatus add color to our streets and the rhythm to our bustling streets. You can embark to a culinary adventure like no other. You can discover Nairobi, why it was named the city. Actually, it was named the best city in the world. That is in 2024 by the Lonely Planet. The green city, someone talked about the green city in the sun. Yes, it's still the green city in the sun. It has all, because it has something new for everyone to discover, new places to explore, new shops, new friendships to forge, new culinary delight to sample, and new architectural marvel to admire. As night falls, nightlife of Nairobi is huge. You discover why Nairobi is the city that never sleeps, with a nightlife that promises endless entertainment. Immerse yourself in our thriving art scenes, famously known as the vibe of the city, and let the city energy captivate you. After you explore, Nairobi has actually the finest accommodation, world-class accommodation that you find in Nairobi. What we're also doing, there's someone who talked about the product, why we are developing product. This product development we are doing in liaison with other stakeholders. Right now we are packaging the nightlife of Nairobi. We're also developing some products. Like for example, we'll have very soon a walk of fame. It is a part of, actually all these are in the marketing strategy that we are developing for Nairobi, the walk of fame. This is where we want to honor the heroes that have made an impact in the city. We also, the walking tours of the city, Nairobi has a beautiful history. Nairobi actually is older than the country itself. Nairobi is 125 years, going to 126. I want actually just to sell the city tours to Nairobians. They come and understand how Nairobi has evolved over the years. Nairobi has a very interesting history that we have packaged in terms of circuits and in form of circuits. Something else to sell about Nairobi. Nairobi actually, it has it has wonderful natural resources. We have beautiful forests. We have open spaces. We have so much that I think because of time, I'm not be able to say everything that Nairobi has, but Nairobi is so huge. It has everything because the only thing that we miss is we miss our beaches. Otherwise, we have wildlife, we have culture, we have heritage, we have sports, because We have actually gastronomy is also huge in Nairobi with our street foods. We have festivals like a Nairobi festival, a very big festival. Like for example, last year we actually had a festival whereby we had 50 people visiting our festival in a day. So Nairobi, with the stakeholders, we really
50,000.
yeah, 50,000, sorry, 50,000. 50,000. So Nairobi has a lot of potential, and that's why we are doing this policy, so that it can define at least, and it can help us develop Nairobi's tourism and make Nairobi the premier tourism destination, not just regionally, but globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Susan.
you very much, Susan.
Kindly mute.
Kindly mute.
So I've listened to you. I'm trying to buy a ticket to visit Nairobi, but I've called my friend Paula and she's telling me a different story. Paula, tell me about Nairobi.
You know, look, I do love Nairobi, and I think Susan is right on so many fronts. My concern is with things like nightclubs, not because of my age and that I'm not Gen Z, but because the livability of the city is one of the big attractions of Nairobi. That's why we have so many people moving to Nairobi from all over. So I would say that anything that you're going to do around developing the city in terms of nightlife, please make those places soundproof and compliant with NEMA sound requirements, because that has been a major problem, not only with nightlife, but also with churches and mosques as well. I think Nairobi, as I've just received something from Kenya Wildlife Service, and they're saying that they feel that they were left out of this policy process. And this is a huge, big issue for me if KWS and KWS stakeholders were not part of this. And one of the most outstanding things about Nairobi is, aside from history, which is his history, it's never going to change. But what's unique about Nairobi really is that it is one of the most biodiverse, if not the most biodiverse city in the world. And we don't have a culture as Kenyans in the city to take care of that nature. Most of the big attractions are also in the Karen Langata area. If you were to map out all the experiences and monuments and sites in the city, you have the Nairobi National Park, you also have museums, and you have Karura. But actually, most of those attractions are down in the southern part of the city, Karen and Langata. And I feel like the Karen Langata Association should have been a major player in developing this policy, because a lot of the developments are also impacting on the livability of the city. I really love the idea of improving the business environment. Nairobi needs to be a city where every single participant, every citizen can participate in promoting the city, doing business in tourism and promoting tourism. I feel that is currently not there. There's a group of elite organizations or companies that are being involved, and we need to democratize this opportunity of tourism, because we know that right now it's 2 million or 1.5 million visitors visiting Nairobi, and the aspirations are to move up to about, I think, 5 million visitors coming into the city. Well, it's not going to happen unless we unleash all Kenyans who are interested in participating in this sector to be part of the business case for tourism in the city of Nairobi. And finally, I think that one of the biggest gaps for me is really that vision. What Susan has said about the vision, she's talking so much about history. If you ask me about vision for Nairobi, I really think, like Rupi and Mohanjit and others, the vision for Nairobi should really have nature, biodiversity, and sustainability at its heart. At the moment, we don't see policies that are linked to this tourism policy, which is linked, for example, electric vehicles or more ecological practices when it comes to waste management, energy, and even the consumer, every consumer thing that's going on in the city. So that's my contribution. I really wish that I hope that the policy is not fixed in stone at the moment. I keep hearing that this is like almost like it's the final and we're just endorsing it. But I really hope that there's space for this policy to be opened up for greater contribution from these various different stakeholders.
Thank you so much, But allow Paula. me to do David, my just a final second. submission, kindly. Just a second, David. Because you're the next speaker. We've listened from Paula, and you might have your own contribution. However, this is mine to you. You have been a lecturer, I believe, so you said that in your earlier presentation, you also operate tourism in the country. I have just arrived in the capital and I'm choking under the stench of the city. Should I pack and leave, or what should we advise the concerned parties? David.
Thank you so much, Obed. We have raised pertinent issues concerning the city. Now, to the question that you have asked, as a tourist who has arrived in Kenya and they have found all the mess that we are experiencing today, you don't have to pack and go. There is a solution to this. And that lies entirely in the hands of the administration of the city in terms of the tourism department. These issues that have been raised here by the public, I hope going forward they are going to be taken into consideration, and a proper consultation meeting is supposed to be done, and going back to the drawing board and adopting some of these issues that we have raised here. Now, on to my final submission. I want to talk about, or I wanted to ask Grace, Anastasia, and the other, I think the other people from the department, how are we utilizing the digital space in promoting domestic tourism and international tourism? For example, have we made use of our athletes in marketing Nairobi? Have we made use of our artists in terms of music to market our Nairobi city? What are some of the targeted campaigns that we are doing? We have experienced the Kenya Tourism Board through the Magical Kenya Experience, what they have been doing. What about Nairobi City? What are they doing to market Nairobi City? That is one. And then in terms of stakeholder involvement, remember, when you're doing stakeholder involvement, you have to put in all the sectors. You have to look at the economics. You have to look at the land use. You have to look at the environmental approach. You have also to look at the community approach and the sustainability approach in its entirety. Then also you need to be guided by the Vision 2030. The Vision 2030 is the economic blueprint on how we want to move by the year 2030, what we want to achieve in terms of tourism. We have four goals that we want to achieve, but I want to concentrate on the number 3 and 4. Number 3 is a niche product. How do we make our niche products in tourism in Nairobi City? And then number 4 is business and conference tourism, which I talked about. It is a very good market for us, but it has been untapped. The potential is still not tapped. We need to work on our mice. That is the business and conference tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That is David. And David puts it out there, which is part of my question to you now, the county team. We have the issue of, where do I get my verifiable information? I believe for all of you who have interacted with websites, sometime before you can get to know an individual, especially we're talking about an organization or a government entity, you'll go to their websites. Anastasia, there's very little about what Nairobi County is doing in terms of tourism on your websites. Is it because we don't know where to get this information? And if so, how do we make it more available to anybody who is planning to visit the capital?
Thank you. So again, I will take you back to the marketing strategy that we are working on. In terms of getting the information, indeed, you're right. And we have gotten a partner who is actually helping us develop a very versatile tourism website, which will be independent and linked to the corporate website of Nairobi City County. So indeed, that's a gap. We're aware, and we are doing something about it. And that should address all the aspects of where can you find information about tourism in Nairobi. Of course, based on the marketing strategies that I keep on going back to, it will be populated on the basis of the current information. You've seen what Susan has taken you through. It's actually documented. It's just that it's, we need that versatile website for us to be able to put it there. Again, we are constrained in terms of resources. If you look at our CIDP, which is the County Integrated Development Plan, which is a 5-year strategy, all those good stuff is there, digital screens, digital information, all the way from the airport, information centers. Those are the things that are also contained in the marketing strategy, but more important on the policy, which will go down to the legislation, which actually ensure that we have a legal reason to be allocated sufficient budget, but more important is for partners and the stakeholders to be able to support us in achieving that. So we're making the steps. Again, this is a new sector that was formed 2 years ago. I joined it a year ago. That's not an excuse. We are moving as fast as we can with the goodwill of partners. But I still want to urge each and every one of us to really help us with the marketing strategy, because that is what will define marketing Nairobi as a premier strategy, as a premier destination, tourist destination, because it will encompass all the aspects of the experience as a tourism, including sustainability, including security, including the cleanliness of the city, among others. So I still go back to the marketing Nairobi strategy. For the digital aspect, we're working on a website. We have a partner who is actually, working on that with us. But marketing strategy for me is where it will really come home to, from a sustainable perspective.
Sometimes, Anastasia, it's not what I hear, it's what I experience. And driving through Nairobi, I'll tell you for free, it is very difficult to move from point A to B unless you're using the new expressway. How do you enhance the ease of movement of both people and goods within the capital without me as a tourist or as a city dweller to actually feel inconvenienced with the unending and indisciplined matatu culture in the city?
Absolutely, I get you. And I want to say again, it is from a holistic perspective, from a county government perspective. There's a lot happening behind the scenes. Again, an issue of communication for us, which we will be able to do. Of course, that we're working on the Nairobi Rivers Commission. They have an excellent project which is ongoing. In terms of the madness of transportation, we have a transport sector, which is also part of our marketing Nairobi tourist experience. It's unfortunately, I can say it's not an overnight thing, but we will do whatever we need to do to make sure that at least the experience is worth the while for the visitor. I think for me that's why I can, because I hear you, I feel you. I've been in private sector. This is the first time I'm in public sector, and I appreciate both sides. But how we move the needle for me is the strategy. We need to make sure that it is up and running. So we have milestones to tick off. So we have we have a transport sector. They're working on BRT. They're working on the non-motorized walkways and so on and so forth. The environment team is also doing their thing, and it will all come together in terms of, as a visitor, as a resident of Nairobi, what is my experience when I live or work in Nairobi, or when I'm visiting in Nairobi. So I don't have quite an answer for you. What I can say is that we're working towards that. But please join us with the marketing strategy, because for me, it will give the team, the sector, a tool to move Nairobi forward from our tourist experience perspective, together as one. I think that's what I can say from a tourist perspective, but I don't know if my team has some additional perspective.
Thank you, Anastasia. I can tell you for free, we are offering you Obeds and Paula at a very competitive fee.
I don't have the money, but let's have a sitting. On a serious note, because I already spoke with Paula previously, let's have a sitting as early as next week or this coming week from tomorrow, after whatever. And we want to have a conversation so that you can appreciate. But more important is that you can help us with the strategy. And more important is that how do we move forward and make it a reality? I think for me, that's what I'm looking at. We sit together, we discuss, we converse, we come up with strategy. You see where we're coming from, what are our aspirations, what are our limitations, how can we together as stakeholders, whether in the sector or outside, work together to achieve the Nairobi that we want from a tourism experience perspective. So I'm very open. I already spoke with Paula, and I'm very excited at this.
All right, thank you. We will do what we can in our capacity, and of course, we heavily dwell and use what the public contribute as our pivotal point of engagement. So, Obed, I'll cross back to you so that you can bring the next set of speakers as we try to close down the conversation. Obed.
Thank you. Really, a lot has been conversed, and I'm happy that there's positivity coming out of this. At the end of the day, we look to ensure that everybody else is hands on deck in contributing on matters that are important to us as a people and to move forward. So I see Hannah, and I'm also seeing I'm seeing Gail. So Hannah, what's your contribution to this conversation? I have exactly 20 minutes to close the space. So if it's a question or a contribution, and then we have Gail.
Thank you very much. It's a contribution. Actually, I think they have to really think about Nairobi in a different perspective. The whole of Nairobi holds 440 million people. So if we say a 440 is 100%, we are actually adding more people who are coming from outside. That's 3% to 4% because it's 3 million to 4 million people. You're bringing these people to integrate. So everything in that sector has to work, really has to work for the beneficial of everybody around it. There's one particular
Hannah, you seem
problem.
to be far from your mic.
Sorry?
Far from your mic.
Now you're hearing?
Yeah, it's very good, yes.
Okay. Now, the problem that I have with Nairobi is the dirtiness. We do not have an incinerator in a whole city. This is a big problem. Why? Everywhere where there is wet land, it is always full of dirt. So how can we make a country be beautiful, be better, if we do everything and put every dustbin in one place, that is Kariobangi or Madare? We have to have an incinerator there, a building, a factory where they are going to select things, put the plastic on one side and then the other things burnt so that they can produce energy and give work to the local people. That's one problem that I have. That is really, unless we deal with it, it's not going to work. Nairobi will never work. Another thing that I think the sector needs to talk about is when there is a social problem, they need to chip in, because let's, for example, say about the sewages where they are placed. They are placed in a strategic places near where there are many people, condensed areas, and when they burst, the tourism sector doesn't talk about anything. They actually leave it to the one sector for it to do it, and that's the Nairobi Sakaja thing. Who does not even care about those people because now he's rich and everything. So, and the third problem comes in when these stakeholders do not talk to the agricultural sector, which influences the food sector. What are you bringing to those hotels? Are you bringing them good food? Then you get to ask yourself, are you talking about the sports? Because the young people need to be energetic to work so that you can bring them and integrate to them in those areas. If they are sick, you'll have sickly people in your environment and your working places, and that's not good for the environment. Environmental also needs to be talked about, and the sports, the transport sector needs to be put on board. If they are not on board, that's very bad because it will not work. Now, with all this information, we have the Gen Z movement. The Gen Z movement is the one which we are talking about and which has made us come to this sector. Are you going to the art schools and organization? Are you going to tourism schools and organization? Do you talk about the design schools and organization? Have they chipped in, or is it just about you and you? Have you talked about the architecture of the Nairobi? Because that is a problematic. Why? Because buildings are falling down. Have you talked about them? What's going on? Have you talked about the engineers? Have they given you a plan of how Nairobi is supposed to be? Do you have a strategic way where I can say, where am I going to buy my Louis Vuitton Kenyan thing? And I go there to Louis Vuitton Kenyan thing. Yeah? There's a street where I can know, oh, this is a monument. In that monumental area, there's a Celine Dion clothing. If not it, then make it Kenyan. Now, if you ask a Kenyan who's outside Kenya, what do you know? What do these tourist people ask you about Kenya? What exactly? What is Kenya known about? They'll tell you coffee and tea. No, it shouldn't be only that. Oh, and sports. That's it. It's complicated when you just have three things which you can talk about Kenya. Kenya can be different if we say there is also the medicine part. There is the tourism in medicine. There's tourism in food tourism. There's tourism in culture. But anyway, I think the base should be broad, and if it's not touched by most, it's going to be just the same old, going back round and round. And there's one problem. Sorry, there's only one. Can I add just one problem? There's the Environmental 2030 initiative, which was supposed to bring Kenya to 10% of the trees cover, and we are at 7. What is the tourism sector doing about it? Also, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. Before I go to Ngeo, I need to point out that KWS has given some feedback, and they feel that there are some basic issues that the county government should focus on, which is security, pollution, cleanliness, corruption, innovation and technology, communication and marketing of tourism attractions within the city is very weak as well. And most of the stakeholders, actually, the report is that they were not involved. So I think it's important that we probably have to rethink, Anastasia, and this is feedback. We need to have as many people on board, as many people as you can, so that it feels an inclusive conversation. Because as it looks now, it looks like not many people had. I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Let's hear from Gail, because I have now 17 minutes before we close, and I'll give you some minutes to speak. Gail, what's your contribution?
Hi, morning, or afternoon already. Sorry, I'm obviously not from Kenya, but I've visited Kenya before, and I'm listening to all the speakers talking about the strategies, including the marketing plans, and other things that you guys would like to look at from tourism's point of view. I think high level everything is sounding very great. And great strategies, but I think it could fail into the implementation if you're really not focusing at the level where the people are receiving, the tourists are not at the level where you guys are. And I'll give some simple examples using my own example of arriving in Kenya, all the way from the airport with not much synergies in terms of where the migration is, which gate do one use, and we just have to follow. I mean, there were a couple of us just have to follow those who are walking faster because we believe that they know where they are going. So there is one lack of synergies in the airport. Leaving the airport, even entering the airport, there's something that we also don't understand coming from outside the country, where we have to get out of the cars at the gate, and they have to walk through a small gate, which I don't know. And there were not even an explanation. And when we ask why we have to leave our cars and then go through a certain small gate, there was not even sufficient explanation. Even, in fact, some of the people who work there, they don't even understand the reason why people have to get out of the car. Likely when I was leaving, the lady that I was with, she had to lie and said, I am pregnant, so that, I don't have to get out of the car again to be searched or, whatever it is that they have to do. So there are certain things, I mean, if these things are part of your policies, they have to be clear to the tourists that when you arrive in Kenya, these are some of the things that you'll have to go through so that one can prepared and not be worried about being robbed at the airport itself or the gates themselves. The other thing is, especially in the government, your museums, government tourist destinations, especially those that are owned by government, which I'm assuming like your museums, etc. Why tourists are not allowed to purchase tickets online? I don't have to wait to arrive in Kenya. Why can't I buy those tickets online? so that by the time I arrive, I don't have to join that queue. And in fact, when you join the queue, you're told that, no, we accept only cash. So you arrive there without cash because you don't know, you're thinking you'll swipe your card, but you are told that, sorry, we don't accept cash here. We don't accept cards. Only cash are accepted. So imagine as a tourist, you don't have that information. You don't even know that. You arrived at that destination and then now you don't have cash and you cannot enter the place. The other thing that I've also picked up is that tourists pay more than the locals, because I was with some of the locals, a friend of mine who I was with, she was paying less than me. In other places, I have to bring my passport as evidence that I'm not Kenyan, because they would doubt. And in fact, they do check, are you Kenyans or you are outside of the Kenyan? In other places, I think somewhere in Mombasa, I think they call it Jesus something, I don't remember that place. I was told that I'm Nigerian, I must produce the passport or I must speak Kiswahili. And I'm thinking, I'm not Nigerian and I don't speak the language, but it doesn't mean, they said, if that's not the case, that means you have to pay more than the locals because one, you are not Kenyan. In Kenya, all the tourists pay more. I mean, obviously, I was with a friend of mine. She tried her very best, and it was so embarrassing for her to see how I was treated. Told that, oh, I look Nigerian. The color of your skin is not Kenyan. Kenyan ladies are not so light skinned. It goes on and on and on and on. For me, the most important thing is the people who are receiving the tourists are the people who really need proper training. You can have the best strategies in the government offices or at the highest level, but the people who are implementing these strategies and who are receiving the tourists, who are treating the tourists, if they are not properly trained, the experience of the tourists is going to be very bad. And that's how, when we leave, we're going to talk about it's so waste to go to Kenya, maybe go to Rwanda, for an example, maybe go to Mozambique. Kenyan people are not very friendly. One thing, though, that I've noticed that was great for me was the restaurants. Restaurants were very good. They take credit cards. They are not stressed there. They engage people, very friendly, professionals, and so forth. But areas where it's owned government facilities, the worst ever. The accommodations were not very great. Even some of the places where it was 4 stars, B&B, or it was, 5 stars, hotels, they were not so great. Just one way I found it was very great. In one of them, I had to be moved from one room to another because there were a lot of cockroaches, there were ants, fridges were not working, there was no water inside there. And this is me now arriving in there. So I think you also need to have partnership with people who are really driving these services, working and receiving the tourist and hosting the tourist, because people who are sitting in government tend to come up with the best strategies, but how they get implemented is the most frustrating things. There is no monitoring. I mean, even when you're talking about this thing of payment, I don't even think anybody cares, as long as they've got tourists there. But it is also another pain point for the customers or for the tourists who are coming to Kenya to experience such. So for me, as I'm listening, because I do have a lot of friends in Kenya and I do intend to come back, I think that is another area. The main road from the airport, which I was told that is the highway, a lot of potholes, biggest potholes that I've ever seen in some of the roads in Kenya were in your highway. From the airport, I forgot the name of the highway, but you probably know it. People don't respect the rules of the road. People don't stop in the traffic lights. You can imagine the fear of some of us who were tourists when everybody was just jumping in without respecting, the rules of the road, including when the traffic lights are off for them. They're just going in. You just open your window and you use your hand and then you move. It is scary for the tourists because they are there. They're not in their own countries. They don't know the health facilities, which is another thing that I was told that it's worse and horrible. Most of the government hospitals, etc., they are not the best. So imagine if you're a tourist and you end up being in one of these hospitals where you might not get the best service, or the best health care. I think for me is that when you've done with this, you also need to look at the transportation people are receiving tourists, the hospitality industries, and all your different, tourist attraction area. Are people empowered enough to treat tourists with respect and professionalism? And when it comes to the payment, shouldn't you be introducing, an online payment so that we don't have to, because some of us are not comfortable to carry cash. In fact, most of the people probably are not comfortable to carry cash, except if you're going to be using, the Uber. And again, we don't have M-Pesa, some of us. So it also becomes very difficult when you have to pay some of this transportation. I just wanted to give my few, observation of things that I've seen, and then hoping that as you guys are busy looking at the policy, you will start looking deeper into the bottom where things are happening. Tourism is not happening in the government offices, in the glass houses. Tourism is happening in the ground where people are, who are receiving, who are cooking, who are accommodating, who are transporting the people. That's all that I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ngeo. And actually, the actual experience of a tourist is what is important, because it means they can come back, or never come back, or they have good feedback or bad feedback. That's important. It's probably part of the policy. The county government, what you're looking at is really a first-hand experience of what a guest is frustrated with. So if we can work around this, and what we spoke about, especially like websites, our Kenyan government websites do not work. That, I think, is one of the requirements for government websites. I don't know, because they are not either updated, or the details are scanty, or the pages are not working. So just a bit of a stressor. I've seen PP has come up here. We have exactly 8 minutes before we close the space. PP, you have an opportunity before I go to the county team, and then we close the space. Thank you very much. PP, you're welcome.
PP has a different duty. I believe so, but PP, go ahead.
No, I
Can I
would like
come
to hear
after? Can I,
PP's
hi,
views.
hi, Obed. Can I come after the next speaker, kindly?
Well, okay, Anastasia and your team, I give you much of this time to really give us like your concluding remarks. Then I go back to Paula, and then we close after PP speaks. Thank you very much, Anastasia.
All right, so let's have Patrick, Susan, Grace, and then I can speak. Patrick.
Thank you, Waziri. Thank you, everyone. I think it has been a fruitful engagement. We have seen what we need to do as government to ensure that that everyone that needs to be on the table when we're coming up with policies, regulations, strategy papers, and all that we need to try to improve our communication to be more to reach more, so that everyone may access opportunities for public participation and engagement. So to that, there's this. We're working with one of our partners, non-state actors, civil society organization that has come up with a space where we communicate on issues of public participation and stakeholders engagement. And if you like, you can always access, as we will try to use our platforms to ensure that all stakeholders are reached as far as we can. And if you are able to sign up to this website, then you'll be able to be getting communications on public participation. Very simple, www.participate.nairobi.co.ke. You can sign up there. We have a memorandum of understanding for 3 years with Civic Voices. It's a group that is trying to improve public participation space through tech. And it's a very young organization. And we're also trying to work with all organizations, whether young or growing or old yeah. So we are also inviting you again tomorrow. I know you have shared quite a lot here, but anyone who's still available and might want to come for the physical meeting tomorrow, we invite you. You have also promised to share with us the document in 10 days, collating all the views that have been shared here, and they'll be included as far as possible into the document. What is my promise as the Director of Public Participation is that as soon as we have your we have the participation tomorrow, then we have your document within 10 days. The law says, and that shall start counting from tomorrow when we have the physical participation, The law says that within 30 days, that is the Nairobi County Public Participation Act of 2016. You can easily download it from our website. I hope that you should not find problem with that. It should be easy to be downloaded. It says in Article 10.3b that within 30 days after public participation, we need to give feedback to citizens or the stakeholders who participated to show them how their feedback has been considered, at least a preliminary report on what has been considered, what is going to be considered, and which points were not considered and for what reasons. And then there's still room for further engagement. So we hope we'll continue this pace of communication. I hope we will never degenerate to violence, and I hope all of us will take this pace. We saw stones being thrown to our leaders, and I hope all of us will use our spaces to speak against violence. We can disagree, we can agree, we may disagree as well, like I've said, but violence against anyone is not right. So I hope you shall help us also with that, just to continue speaking to Nairobians and all Kenyans, that we be civil people, we agree to disagree when we have to, and where we need to have consensus and concurrence, the better. Thank you all, and thank you for the engagement.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank
Susan?
Yes, thank you very much, Mizani 254. All the stakeholders that have participated, and more also to Dr. Nyalita, who has really driven this process from Nairobi County. All the contribution and submission that have been made, we will put them into consideration. And we really, actually we have put measures and channel. There are people also from our end who are taking all the submissions, so that at least we can all together be able to have that policy, and that tourism can thrive once again and increase the number of tourists who are coming to our destination. And again, there is our Ngeo, I think, a tourist, so that at least we can be able to enhance the visitors' experience when they come. That is, we are sorry for the predicament, but that's why we are developing such documents, so that we can be able to create a conducive environment for tourists and also for the industry players. Thank you very much.
Grace?
I don't think Grace is on speaker. Is she?
All right. Susan, just mute.
So I think it's your turn, Anastasia, because I don't think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mizani 254, Ellie, Obeds, for this opportunity. It's the first of its kind. I don't think any other county has done this. Neither has anyone in Nairobi County done this online public participation. We really appreciate that, because the law requires that we use all means and ways to ensure that public participation is done in an authentic and in a factual way. It is not a final document. I know Paula brought up this. We are not here to rubber stamp. We are not bringing it up for you to rubber stamp. As Patrick has said, we will still give it back to you guys so that you can also see what has been incorporated. And in this case, Susan, I would like us to give a full document in addition to I know for the public participation purposes, we normally give the shorter version. So let's avail the full document as well, especially after incorporating all the feedback. So we make that commitment from our end. I know the aspect of training and capacity building has come up, and that's also on the radar for us. It's also part of the strategy to ensure that not only the sector players are trained, but also our staff, but also from airport, the experience from airport and back is positive, which means that also the taxi drivers, in addition to the tour operator, tour guides, are also trained. So that's on the radar. I'm surprised at KWS not having been participated. We can confirm that all the state agencies that are involved that have a stake in tourism were invited. Majority of them send representatives. I think it's probably an aspect of internal communication, but we shall do whatever it takes to ensure that we get to the right person in the next in the next round of feedback. So KWS should feel not left out, but we do work with them in other aspects of tourism. So that's for sure, and we know we have a contact with them, including as late as yesterday. In terms of inclusivity, again, I can confirm that my sector is the one charged with aspects of mainstreaming, issues of persons with disabilities across all the subsectors, and also marginalized persons. So, and of course, women and so on and so forth. So again, it's on the radar. Whatever we develop has to be an all-inclusive. Whenever we invite, we have to ensure that this is also catered for, but in an inclusive way, so that they're not being treated as a special group of interest, and hence it ends up being another exclusion criteria. So for us, is working with them as part of the community. So I will invite also, for those of you who are able, I know Paula and others, the stakeholders, please feel free to set up a meeting with my office. We will be more than happy to take you through what it is we're doing, our current plan and annual development plan for the next current year, and also for the next 5 years. Also, what we have developed as a draft strategy with the which we'll be presenting to the stakeholders in the next 2 weeks or so that at least we can ensure that that is all is inclusive, but also to help us to work together towards moving the tourism agenda forward. Finally, just an aspect, I know one of the things also we need to do as we execute or aspects of tourism is to ensure that there is ownership from the residents of Nairobi specifically, so that when it's aspects, that things that are going wrong, whether it's on the roads or whether it's on garbage, then there is also that ownership that I'm responsible for the cleanliness of a city, because this trash is being generated by ourselves. For example, if you go to countries like Japan, they say your trash is your business, so you carry it until your house. So how do we encourage that ownership to ensure that it's not only the the sector players or the government that is being looked upon as the persons who must be responsible for things that are going wrong or right, but everybody has a role to play. For me, that is where it will be to be the turning point, when everybody owns the process and the system. So thank you very much for this opportunity. We look forward to your feedback. We look forward to having you tomorrow. Please spread the word. It's open. It's in Charter Hall at the City County from 9 o'clock. We will give you feedback, but please reach out to me in my office. We will push the agenda forward. Asanteni sana, back to your beds.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. Paula, you have, I give you 2 minutes, I think, for you to give your concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks to everyone who came for this important session. I really appreciate that so many people were interested in what we felt was a very, very vital part of the future for not just Nairobi, but for Kenya. I want to close with a few items that I think I would love for Anastasia to work with us on. Number one is inclusive education. We cannot ignore the fact that we are a very young nation with a very young population of people, and we have real barriers for participation for certain groups of people, and not only people who are below a certain income level, but also children in particular. And I would love to see the city play a key role in making all these tourism facilities accessible for children. And I particularly think about Nairobi National Park should be free for children. I don't know why we are charging children to go to such places, because what it does is it alienates us from the very attractions that we want to learn about, to appreciate, to protect, and to do business in the future. So access to national parks, forests, and other areas of national heritage should be affordable or free. We also need to support the relevant agencies. For example, Kenya Wildlife Service has its own income model. I think the city can play a key role in really revitalizing the income model for an agency like Kenya Wildlife Service for the national park to thrive. It is one of the biggest attractions in the city, but it has a very ancient style of doing business, as we've heard just now from somebody from South Africa. It's really difficult to go to our national parks. We should all be annual pass holders. It should be affordable and something that we will hold with pride to use not only our parks, but also our forests and other areas. And as a really important way of generating revenue for the Kenya Wildlife Service in order to finance maintaining those facilities, or it could be the museums or any of the other
attractions in the city. When it comes to business opportunities, I would love to see more attention to supporting entrepreneurial ventures that are aligned with nature positive. That could be conservation and sustainability. We need to see a thriving city, which is based on values and a culture that protects and respects the environment. I just heard Anastasia talk about littering. It's only one of the issues. I noticed that we have not talked at all about the creative industry. This is one of the most vibrant parts of our creative, young people in this city. I am in the film sector as well as in the wildlife sector, and I think that this is a huge missed opportunity. We really must address needs of the creative industry, creating spaces for them, whether it's through the festivals, whether it's through finances, trainings, because Nairobi is also home, don't forget, to all of the top universities and the top schools of the country. And finally, I just would like to say that this policy really should speak to the future vision of our city. The policy must be very thoughtful, and that's why we are pushing for greater public engagement from all sectors, and especially those who have been previously underrepresented, such as communities, people below a certain income level, or the youth. I would love to see how do we bring tourism and policy development into our education spaces, conservation spaces through creative expression, in order for this economic regeneration of the city. I really do believe that Nairobi is the best city in Africa, but as Rupi mentioned, it's really losing its luster. We must work together as citizens in partnership with the government, but also with the private sector to revitalize the image of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And David, sorry, I think I'd almost forgotten you. You have an opportunity to make your closing remarks as well, David?
Thank you so much, Obed, and the Mizani 254 team, and all the participants who turned up for this discussion. Indeed, we have had a good discussion, and going forward, we are looking at the county city planners and the county government working with those stakeholders to be able to make our city an adorable city that we have always wanted, so that we can be able to push our tourism agenda. And also, let us, like Paula said, let us involve all the stakeholders. That is something I've been talking about. And even when we're looking at the capacity building, do we involve our some of the students who have graduated from different universities and colleges that we have here in Kenya? And anyway, when we are creating employment opportunities, who do we select for these job opportunities? Because one of the things that is in this policy that I saw is the inclusivity of capacity building and also creation of employment. How do we select the best people to work in the industry? In the hotel industry, for example, do we go for the best top or the best trained people for them to be able to work in the hospitality industry, for us to be able to give standard services and all that? So that is a challenge to all of us, and more so to the county government of Nairobi, so that we can be able to make tourism good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. Hannah, your hand has been up. Let me give you a minute.
Thank you very much. Anastasia, I would like for you to understand that I think you have forgotten that the incinerator is not a question of if not or not. No, it should be put in Nairobi. Nairobi needs an incinerator. That's not a question. That's an obligation. Why? Because you have 440 million people that need to put their dustbin there. That's not another question. It is a fact. So you put an incinerator in Nairobi, and you have made sure that 40% of the problems that we have in the whole of Nairobi is finished with. If you need to talk with the higher people, that is upon you. But I think that is one of the things that it's not a question of a small person needs to throw. Yes, the person will take it, will throw it in her house, take it in the evening, throw it outside in the dustbin. But when are those people going to come and take? It's a question of where is it going to be dumped? That's the question. So you have to make sure that 40% of the problems is already taken care of. Nairobi needs an incinerator. It's not a question. It
Thank
is
you,
a fact.
Hannah.
Thank
I
you.
think that point is made. I don't. I believe she probably would take this information to the relevant authorities because I don't think it's a her area of jurisdiction. And I want to thank everybody who's taken their time to be here. Thank you for the wonderful contributions. As Anastasia, I promised you, we have decorum in these contributions. We do this with a lot of respect. It's about facts and it's nothing to do with personalities. And I'm happy that this conversation has gone on as such and respected everyone. And we've been able to achieve a lot. We will do our report as promised and it will be shared. As Mizani 254, we've endeavored to try and have conversations that are on policy issues and governance issues, and then any emerging issues. So we are happy that we've been able to do this conversation, on the eve of the public participation. We are open to collaboration, and anything that we can do to ensure that information is out there, we are happy to do what we can do. I'm also must point to the fact that I'm grateful that MCP Peter has been part of this conversation. He hosts spaces also every day of the week from Monday to Friday and has quite a following and an audience, and he'll be a very nice person to also get in touch with to see how this can be done, because what is important is to get as many people being informed about the things that are being done, and there's no shortage of that. That said, I give it back to Eli. From me, it's thank you very much, and looking forward to another engaging conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Obed. We didn't anticipate we'll go past 2:00, but then again, a lot of issues will be discussed. Some of them we haven't had the opportunity to really converse on them, but we do appreciate the county team for coming, led by Anastasia and the other speakers who made time to be here, Paula, and the rest of other operators in the industry. Indeed, we do appreciate your input into the talk. We'll be looking forward to the final submissions from the public. Let's see what they say. And the whole purpose is to enhance a better policy that inculcates everyone within the cadre so that everyone feel they are part and parcel of the decisions that are being made. Remember, at the end of the day, we can make all the noise you want, but the decisions are made in those chambers. So be part of that decision-making process and let your voice be heard. Having said that, I do appreciate the fact that Kenya has a diverse tourism attractions. We also have different cultures that are interesting to learn about, from the minority to the majority. And interesting, there is a dune within just located between Lamu and Malindi County. I don't know if you guys know about it, but that is the Mambrui Dunes. I believe a few of us Kenyans have had the opportunity, about the Chalbi Desert in the country. We don't talk about them as much. I don't know why, but guess what? People go to visit Dubai to go and enjoy the sand dunes in Dubai. And we do have our own Dubai in Nairobi, or should I say in Kenya. We should be doing something about it. Is it the communication? Is it the connotation that comes with some areas of the country? I don't know about that, but definitely if you haven't been to Turkana, you want to visit Lake Turkana and understand that they equally have beautiful beach around there. I will want to welcome Pipita to make his remarks and then tell us something about his spaces before we can call it an afternoon. Pipi.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much, Mizani. Good evening, good afternoon, and good evening, good morning to anyone who's listening to us right now. As you've heard, my name is Pipita. You can call me Pipi just because of my show. And I'd like to say, first of all, when I see the word Nairobi, to me, it means a lot of things, because I first came to Nairobi when I was in Form 4. And then the second time I came to Nairobi when I was in first year in campus. And Nairobi has shaped my creative journey in the past 10 years. So when I hear about tourism, I believe I am a tourist in Nairobi. So when I hear conversations around policy on tourism into Nairobi, it directly affects me. And of course, Nairobi being the city, the only city with a national park, I believe, it makes it special. And of course, our city is among the top, but we need to do more to it. And I'm glad that we're having such spaces. That said and done, I do not want to water down whatever has been discussed in this space, but just to say thank you so much for finding time this Sunday to talk to us. Everybody who has found time to be here on these very beautiful spaces. Now, as you've heard, my name is Pipi. I have spaces that run on Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. as you heard from Obeds. It is a social conversation space where I let people from who are just the common mananchi to let their voices be heard and also get to hear what actually the people want. So you can always join in. And today we also have a special spaces at 8 p.m. You can tune in to find that. Now that is said and done, I would like to leave you with one of the most powerful performers out of Nairobi, Jua Kali. The song is called Karibu Nairobi. Have a nice Sunday. See you later. Bye.
Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Wageni wote wanakaribishwa Nairobi, shendo lugha tunaongea kauna kopi. City in the sun, hapana siku hizi tunaita city in the gun. Nairobi jina yake ya tatu, robari zote zaida ya saa tatu. So ukiingia huku karada mamada kibeti zenyu kaza. Usiziane na karau sana, usiziane na jirani wako sana. Siati na watisha hivyo ndio iko, siati na mezesha hivyo ndio kuko. Imtaa nyini wote mko sawa, ukizuba wote mnapatikana. Na jesha mtu kakumwa ngekwa Kenya safisha mpaka sabuni. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Hakuna watoto warembo kawa huku, shikoa nyango mumbi na lulu. Mchanganyiko maalum, toto msupa tarika sumu. Kudunda huku hata usiulize, kukunya huku hata usipime. Club zote haja kuruka, kila siku ya wiki raha kuruka. Shida zako tupilia mbali, tulia we ponda mali. Usiambiwe kitu na mtu, hii Nairobi usiogope mtu. Isla Zoslan si wote sawa, Julai baridi piga kahawa. Wecheka furahia maisha, weja chine Nairobi tatulinda. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Tupitie isi tuchukue gomba, nguajab nazo tuzipate kikomba. Hapa ni bama tutie ndani, wacha haya safisha sahani. Panda 2-3 tuingie mjini, say ni jioni lipa 50. Hii ni KCC, ile ni 10 stars, ile ni I&M, ile ni Java. Mtu wangu sizubae sana, usifanye watu wajue ni fala. Supaewe ndio hiyo ona barabara, ona lenzi koka saba. Chukua picha, chukua selfie, kulisha moto wa shenzi. Ingia urupa pigwa na upepo, Nairobi kubwa kichoka tumalizie kesho. Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. 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 Karibu Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi.
Thank you, Karibu Nairobi. See you next week as we start new conversations right here on Mizani 254, where the scales of balance are restored and meaningful conversation thrive. My name is Liku and Eli. On behalf of Mizani 254 and team, we want to wish you a great Sunday afternoon. Take care.